Yeehaw. We're turning up this morning. The opening bell was the time to go long. Oh yeah. My throat. It's in pain. It's been a long year. Blabbing all day long on a microphone and a camera set up in front of me. While people keep me sane in the chat. My wife was like, "What are you gonna do? Talking to a camera and a microphone all day long?" I said, "Yeah." My wife says, "Are you crazy?" I said, "Ma'am, I might be. I might just be crazy." Got this ritual going on here. The unwind cometh. You know, if you are a bear, seems like we've packaged. I think we say this, man, but oh, damn it. It would be more or less appropriate that there's no camera today. Hey, Windows. What are you doing, buddy? Where is my camera? Still not on? All right, come on. Come on. Just a second here, guys. Hang tight here, guys. cat, huh? She's been getting practice on the Christmas tree. Now taking it out on the office. Check 1, 2. Mic check. All right, let's see if this works. Deactivate. Activate. Oh. Try this again. Can you help me out over here? I think. Wait a minute. That might work. Hello, kitty. She is really frisky. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know exactly what's going on here. Camera, no camera, no camera. No Emmys, no Emmys. That's odd too. There's no cam link going. Game capture HD60 is not going. Where is all I don't see the stream up on. Is that stream actually up on Twitch too? Oh, she is real frisky. I think she was on it in the office overnight. She was definitely on it. Oh, what is she doing? Does she need to go outside and have some fun? Or is it too chilly? She doesn't know it's that cold outside. I don't, that's not that. Oh, she's definitely frisky. Okay. Main camera on. Let's try this again. I might have to end the stream and then bring it back up again. Oh, Kitty. What are you doing? Miss Kitty. This? I wonder. She's super frisky. She's in attack mode. Oh, Kitty. What are you doing, Kitty? What, you see her? Kitty Olympics or something. I think it's time to throw them both back outside again and then have them beg to come back in. We need to go outside. We're frisky. Maybe not. Let us back in. I don't know exactly what's going on here. This is actually unusual. I don't know what's going on. Bigger video. Having problems there. No, don't switch. Deactivate and activate. We're back to Streamlabs not we're back to Streamlabs not working here. Oh man, this sucks. I'm like trying to have a nice easy Friday at OpEx as we melt up. Having some audio visual issues here again, guys. I can't wait to get this new office. I'm gonna get some new game or getting some beefier. Sort of outgrowing some of this stuff. Hang tight, guys. Just a note to you that we could trade sideways. It's 10 a.m. right now, but there's going to come a moment where we can trade sideways into the bell here. And if we pin 680, but 60, excuse me, we pin 680 on SPY, right, kind of right where we are. Could trade sideways the rest of the day. Hold on here. Just be careful of like a tractor beam into the end of the day here. We'll talk more about it here in just a moment. Why is this not working? It's like, come on. I'm betting that Microsoft pushed an update that I'm betting it's a Windows or it's got to be a Windows thing. And it's got to be the AI stuff. They're resetting my USB ports again from the root. Let's try this for a minute. Do I have to like do a whole other camera? I mean, I can do that. I can do that. I can delete this fucking camera. Let's shit can this camera here. Trash. Yeah, see you later. Bye-bye. And we're gonna try to do a new camera. Hold on here, guys. Add source. Dude, what is going on here? I got no cameras? Yeah, sure. Okay, newest camera. Add source. There we go. That might work. Okay. Yes. Woo. Yeah. Give me just a second here, guys. We're having a little bit of an ice storm here today. Right about there, maybe? I don't know. Something like that. Does that work? I normally sit like this. I need to move this there, I think. Tighter, guys. What am I moving here? Oh, okay. I got it. That works. Something like that. that works. Oh, not that. Okay, but there's another problem because I'm normally over here. Oh. I think that's right. I'll have to work on this later. Something like that. Where's I think that's good. It was right about there. Something like that, I think. Work for now. I think. Uh-oh. Should be right. Something like this. I'm not sure exactly what this is, but I apologize this morning. I'm having some more issues. I think this time though, this was my cat. Oh no. My cats are they're not my cats. Nothing in this nothing I don't own anything. Let's be honest. But my cats have been very antsy. This winter has been unusually cold. We have El Nino, I think, here. Probably gotta fix this camera at some point too. I'll go over that way. Yeah, that's what I gotta do. I gotta flip the image. Let me flip this. Transform. Flip horizontal. No, why is that not working? There's the camera. No. Transform. Flip horizontal. There we go. Okay, that's way better. Unless I did the old man, maybe I flipped the old man. Did I flip him? Maybe I don't care. We're gonna get through this. We've had a very cold winter. Snowy, very cold, like really cold. Unseasonally early winter. It's like an old school Michigan winter, which would be like a New England winter, maybe. It's been colder here than it is in New England, unless you're maybe up north, maybe in New England, like Mount Washington or something like that. Sunday River, Jay Peak, Burke. My cats are getting very anxious. We have a big house. My house is like, I think my house is like, it's not huge, but it's like 2,700 square feet or something like that. So they run all over this house. It's like, sometimes they just need out. So we're going to talk about today the bare thesis. Has kind of run its course at this point. I think we've said this in the past, which is the end of the year either tends to realize volatility and all the negative things that you want to air your dirty laundry out. And there's a window for these things. There really is. There's just a window to get these things done. The other thing that we've always said is, do you ever notice how we discuss negative things to the market, or they come into the spotlight, and then what we do is we magically resolve them all most of the time. Normally around a quarter end, or if they expand, you come into quarter end and we get a little bit more negative, right? Or it's seasonality and things like that. And I think the window for that at this point was this morning on opening bell. You had like maybe one more narrative, right? Which is the B of J rate hike, at least at this moment. We can discuss the OER scandal later, but that's not something that's priced into what's going on right now. And so we've had moments in the market where we've tested to see if we need to go lower. We've come to the place in the market where we've had multiple highs. We're in some kind of distribution, right? We can all see that we're in some kind of distribution of some kind. And we're at the end of the year, and we're at the place in the market where the window's kind of passing. That's what it looks like, at least at this point. So you get window dressing. You try to make some new highs. You come back in January and start looking ahead to the next year. So we're like closing the book on 2025, and we're going to start looking at 2026. People are going to go on holiday. They're going to spend time with their family and their friends. There's no laptops going home with all the boys and girls and theys and thems from JP Morgan. Laptops open all weekend, that kind of stuff. And whatever material new information to the market there is, we're likely not looking at it today. You know what I mean? We're also in triple witching today, where we get some watershed moments. Options go to die in the morning and stuff, and there's no longer a need to delta hedge. A lot of stuff is there. So there's some unwinding going on across the market. Actually, some stocks should be dropping today. Some stocks should be going up. Indexes right now are probably pinning into like 680, at least on SPY. We can drive sideways right now. There's also some other stuff going on, like the B of J thing last night sent the pairs trade for Europe and USD against the yen up overnight. And that effect could last for, I think Binky and I were saying 24 hours last night. You can see a spike in the pairs trades, and that will actually rip SPY higher. We come back down and then move higher or whatever. But you want to find a place to get long, start trading sideways or something. I was speaking to somebody this morning on FinTwit. I'll read to you what I wrote to him or her, whoever that is. They asked me, the Bears have a case right now, and they don't. I'm just tell you right now. You get a window, and bulls get the same thing. You get windows to do things, either time or price, in my view. And you get that window, and you get to do what you want to do or need to do, and then once your window is over, it's kind of like, you had 5 days, man. You had 5 days, two days in a weekend, 5 sessions, 7 days, get done what you need to do and resolve volatility and all that kind of stuff. So at this moment in time, at least, you can see the market begin to wind down. You can begin to see that even other traders, investors, they're starting to travel. They're trying to start to see their family. It's going to be a very small group of traders. And you can make a lot of money. You can make a ton of money on like Christmas Eve. You can make a ton of money on New Year's Eve, even the few days past that into the beginning of the year. So I'm sure some of you will make your years here. Some of you will make your year these next 2 weeks. So take it lightly and easily. Use your rules and your tools. You get back tests on the hourly trigger, take them. And that back test on a daily trigger, take them. We should go up and melt up into the end of the year. I'm just going to tell you that right now. With with almost certainty at this point. You kind of like come into the window where you come into the window where you're trying to wrap up volatility, trying to wrap up negative news for the year, and you give the sell side that opportunity, and traders and investors to wrap up their trades. And then we come into this moment right here, and it's, we've gotten past most of it at this point. It apparently it seems like that. Nothing, this is the stock market. I'm going to be wrong. I do live streams. I don't create a video, edit it so that I can speak out of two sides of my mouth. So a lot changes on a live stream. Conditions change over time, even though some things become more, wound up and wound up. So my point here is that I wanted to give sell side that opportunity. You give them the window, the time to do what they need to do, air the dirty laundry, and let's be honest. We had a Fed meeting that was. I'll be honest with you guys, and you guys already know my feelings on this. The FOMC meeting was complete, and I pay a very close attention to this data. Like very close. You guys hear me read this stuff on the stream to you guys. Like I read it, then I read it to you, and then I'm reading comments, and then I double check it against other interpretations of data, and I'm fairly well aware of what's going on with the data in the markets. Now that FOMC was a complete contrived, and the unemployment figures were completely contrived, and the inflation data. I've been telling you we're gonna ramp inflation, and none of that took the market down, did it? Right? And the market is not dumb, and people in the market are not dumb. No matter what they're selling or spinning or sizzling. Even Nick Timmeros today came out and said something. I want you to know something. Wolf Richter imploded yesterday, or Wolf Street imploded yesterday. He did post. He knew what was going on at the FOMC. I think he knew what was going on with unemployment, and then of course the data on inflation was complete and utter bullshit. And these things have ramifications. They will have ramifications. If you want to know what would go down in spring, I'll tell you right now, it's probably going to be the scam that's being run right now. There are tips implications that this has been going on for 3 months now, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse. So my point, though, is that the market has not been dragged down from it. Even if we're on this course to do these things and bend the will of the Fed to White House policy, even if that's a foregone conclusion and the market's not looking at it right now, they'll come back to look at it at some point. But I want you to note that the market was unable to unwind on this stuff. You had a small window here the last week or so, call it a week and a half or so. And if none of those things took the market down, you only have so much narrative left, right? For end of the year. This looks like wrap it up, put on some window dressing. We'll come back and look at that stuff in the new year. That's what it looks like. So, we were looking for that gotcha moment. I don't see it. 1% down. We had a mechanical unwind on VIX-piration too. On VIX day, if we didn't have VIX day, we would have been a green day that day. That was a softball to sell side, to unwind to the downside. You had literally had the market helping you on VIX-piration. So at this point, what I had said to a friend on FinTwit this morning before the opening bell was, he had asked a question. He said, "You think the bears are done?" And I've been asked that question all week, right? And I just wanted to give that quarter to, some people are sellers, some people are neutrals, some people are selling options, some people are wanting to get long. Everyone has their own thesis, and I have to try to service. My job here is to do that. Try to bring you all together, help each other out, and then try to help you as a group when asked. And so I was asked, and I'm of course constantly thinking about material things, immaterial things, wrap this up in a nice package. Probabilities are constantly in flux, right? Higher probability of this now, new information, that kind of stuff. So I was asked this morning, do you think the bears are done? And I said, my response was that I think this year's market and the year is ending. There should be an unwind in and after today for triple witching and month end. So that means you get an unwind today, tomorrow, right? And then you get, and this is where the market is free to move. And then you also get, there should be some pinning action today, by the way. And then you get some unwind tomorrow, and then you get more unwind as we get into January 31st, and probably over the long weekend holiday for Jan 1st as well. And we have some days off, so dealers can bring price where it needs to go, right? My famous saying there, not just mine, but get price where it needs to go when we have some down days, right? Holidays, weekends. You can get price there, kill theta, kill the options market, get price where it needs to go without paying you. So there should be an unwind in and after today for triple witching and month end. Thereafter, negative hedging flows come in for the new year. And we can see some initial weakness that I think should get delta hedged. We could get some real money selling that could overrun that, but we're not there right now to see that in real time. So I would expect some pretty negative hedging flows coming in the beginning of the year. But I still think that leaves the door open for delta hedging to go up, believe it or not, like up, not significantly, but I think the range of like 695 before end of year is a good target. I think over 7,000 after the first, maybe, or the last hour or so of the day on the 31st. Maybe we can get by that, or we wake up on the 5th. We come back and we're above 7,000 then, and then a nice pullback, and then a delta hedge move higher, right? So we should be weak, and then potentially, if we don't get any big selling from any new news in the beginning of the year, we could potentially go up a little bit more in the early part of the year, and then we get the roll. You got to buy more puts. If you're the first put buyer, you might have to go back in and hit it again. If you do a hedge that's structured right, you might not care if it squeezes again. If you're the first in on the real top. Now, when the hedging flows come in, we can see some initial weakness. Only be delta hedged before the 2026 seasonal weakness. The seasonal weakness really starts like January, February, March, into, it used to be sell in May. It's more of like that's a larger window. So seasonal, but hedged before 2026 seasonal weakness. We're likely going to begin melting up as traders take vacation and window dressing is applied. At this juncture in time, I think coming back after the new year and looking at any new possible change to major market trend is appropriate. I hope that helps, and happy holidays. Try to get some rest while riding easy spreads. A simple bull call spread. It could be dated the same, or it could be dated like a calendar spread, depending upon what your preferences are. But more importantly, opening both legs separately, not like just going to Robinhood and saying, give me a bull call spread. You can, if you have margin, you can open up both sides on your own independently and open and close and manage them on your own. The only reason I say that is because it would give you some really nice downside protection in case something does go wrong and you're trying to take the time off in this holiday. You're just like, you're squeezed up. I hit my upside target on both sides of my call. You can close that out, leave the bear side on a pullback. And if we don't bounce for the next run up into the end of the year, 31st or something, you can ride the bear side all the way down. So I don't think you need any major hedging or anything. I just think a nice simple spread that's easy to manage. 2 legs. You don't need to do 4 or You don't need to be hedged out doing this and complicate that. It's the end of the year. Just make it nice and easy. I think that's the best way to do it. If you don't have margin, just a call spread. Nice and easy on a pullback. You could have done it at 9:30 this morning. You got plenty of room above to continue to do this. You're going to get another pullback more than likely here at 10 and 12 p.m. You can just put the hedge on, close your laptop, and walk away. So I said to him, I hope that helps for the holidays. Try to get some rest while riding easy spreads. A simple bull call spread or calendar with each leg open separate with some time in them can allow one to enjoy the holidays and also manage any downside risk. I hope you're able to take some time as well. And that was, I posted that this morning at 9:08 a.m. So you have a half an hour. I'll repost it right now. This was, of course, before the opening bell this morning. So this is probably the time to wrap it up for the year. We have today COPX. We've got Monday, of course, still in the market, and then I think it's a short day on Tuesday. We roll into the Christmas holiday, and then we come back and wrap up for New Year's. I first want to say thank you to all of you for being here throughout the year. I really want you to know that I'm very appreciative. Hold on here. If you're going to start going on vacation or stuff, you placed your spreads and you're out of here. Happy holidays. If you don't celebrate in any form of holiday, I hope that you're able to get some sort of a small sabbatical. And if you want to come back for the Christmas ramp or the New Year's ramp or whatever, come on back through here. I'll be here most of the time the next 2 weeks with you. I'm not going anywhere. I've got family stuff I have to, commitments that I have to not deal with, but I have to be there for other people in my family. It ain't easy being a dad. I'll be honest with you guys. Being a father is, you fail all the time. There's things you do wrong. There's things you do right. And, I don't care if you're a woman being a father or they or them being a father or a man being a father or whatever, but that role in a family, whatever that role is, in a family unit or a family government or whatever, it's hard. It's really hard. You got to be there for a lot of different things in life. So if you're a parent out there, dad, mom, whatever you are, and whatever roles you provide for your family, or even just your loved one, or your children, or your dog, or cat, or whatever, your pet lizard. Cheers to all of you for hopefully providing a quality life for other people in your life. And I want you to know that I'm very grateful that you guys are here for me. I was discussing it this morning with you in the stream. You could hear my voice talking. I told my wife when I started doing this that I'm speaking into a camera. So I'm speaking into a camera with a microphone all day long, and hopefully keeping you company. And you keep me company too. And I want you to know how appreciative I am of that, and that I'm very grateful to our community, and that it's been here a long time in my eyes. 4 or 5 years is significant, and that really it's not year one. It's not a. I'm very grateful, and so I want you to know how appreciative I am of that and cognizant of that. So, if you are wrapping it up, happy holidays. Hope to see you back in the January 5th thereafter or something like that. Jan 5th, I do have a doctor's appointment that day. They won't take me now because of the holidays. So that's the first available. And if you're going to stick around, cheers to you. Happy holidays. Let's try to get through some of this. Let's take a look at the market together. Oh, boy. Wait a minute. There goes my camera again. Shoot, I got to change all my cameras. Ugh. Oh, no. Okay. We're not going to use this camera. I have to do like 2 or 3 hours of work. I have to put these cameras on every scene. So just bear with me here as we go through this. We're just going to outline this right now. I'm just going to take this nice and easy. We had this nice little, we had a little bit of weakness here in the overnight. I was hoping for a small pop down here to catch this and come back up today. Wasn't able to happen in the overnight. We had some weakness in the overnight, but not enough. And the pairs are running right now, like euro and dollar versus yen. Normally when that happens, we'll get a pop and drop. It lasts like about 24 hours. We were discussing it last night. Pop and drop. Maybe we can close this up at some point, but I wouldn't at this point. At some point, we might be able to close this up. But even if we do, the unwind should be a nice clean melt up. Even if we go down here, it's going to go right back up and away. So just be aware of that. We're going to take a quick peek at the weekly here. I think we only need to look at the weekly at this point. No more monthly down below. We see the buyers coming in right now. You see these guys coming in. We weren't able to erase this candle at all. Not enough of this candle, at least. So you're going to see the buyers step in down here. And we're going to put a little W down here. And we've got daily over here. Let's take a peek at this. Got this one little sweeper down here. We'll put this one in. We might come back for this at some point, but I don't think it's a big deal at this moment or relevant at this moment. Slap that in there, though. My cat's dudes. Everybody knows it's a holiday. Everybody except for me. These holidays have become, I feel like my life has become wound up. Where so many years have passed that I've grown into servicing other people's holiday, which is awesome because like my kids and family and friends and all that kind of stuff. Right in here, just check this out right here. Make this a yellow bar right here. Just so you can see it. I just want to walk you guys through this. Put that one up there. Put this one right up here. Get some flows, some sell side flows coming in real quick. This one in here. So you can get a little bit of an idea of what's going on over here. Still didn't close that gap down below. Might come back for that later. Just to note that the half-hour trigger and the hourly trigger is crossing the daily trigger. This formation right here is a bull cluster. If you want to see what it looks like, big nice bull cluster, nice pump higher, and we just broke above this prior high right here. Do you see this right here? Remember what we said yesterday? We didn't do it on SPY yet. We did it on SPX, but not SPY. So you can see it right there. And this is important right here. Whenever you take out this prior one right here, this is pretty important. Showing strength in the unwind and the buy side to go up. You want to remain buying dips, of course, on the hourly trigger. We're going to look at some velocity here in a minute, too. Go back to an hour here. You can see this nice little unwind going on here. This is a nice place to buy the dip if it comes back down. And we don't quite have it there, but you kind of have it there. That's like the start right there, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? You get the point. This should be bigger, but you get the idea here. We're going to look also at, 30-minute velocity and just take a peek here. Check this stuff out. We're a little bit long in the tooth on this one right here. It's 15-minute. Look for a pullback. A little bit more legs on half-hour velocity. That's pretty good. And check this out. We've got some nice highs here on hourly velocities. Should be looking for a pullback here shortly. So we'll take a little more. That's starting to improve on the daily basis. That's nice. And we want to be looking at this one right over here. This one right over here. It's kind of our next target over here is taking this one out. We know we have flows at 5s and 0s. We're going to just put this 685 up here. Right, at least in cash market. We're trading the SPY, of course, right now. We also have 680 in here. You see this 680? We're gonna get some sell side flows in here too. just so you can visualize this for a minute, and you can see the sell flows in here. So what I would like to see is maybe one more pop up, right? A little bit of back test, and then maybe up here would be nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If that makes any sense. Now you can kind of see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let me show you what this should look like here. You got a small one right here. This one didn't quite do it. This could be wrong here, but SPX did do this one. SPX popped up here and hit this already. So we're going to count this as 1 for now. 2, 3 for a pop up right here. Now remember this, see this is, I call these triangles. This can come all the way down here, but it doesn't necessarily need to. Like right here is fine. And then one more pop up here so you can see it. To trade 685. I'll leave this right here. And remember this might take some room, some time. Okay. So I want you to know that like we have inflection points like this. We hit this one, come back down, slam this one, then it's back down. You know, and that's like, you know, get back up here, you know, new high, get down there. That kind of stuff. There's like trades within trades in here. So my recommendation to you is to not get too busybody about this stuff. The reason being is because your targets are up here. Your targets are up here, with some time on it. You don't have to panic too much and be like, oh, God, I missed the open trade here. You're going to get, you know, just get enough trade, nice and long, put some time on it. And even if it pulls back and you're like, oh, God, cap, everything's awful, don't worry about it. It's coming back up. Make sense? Should be fairly easy. We'll put in, let's go back to an hour really quick here. Check these. You can see that this drawdown at this moment is down here. So you got one right here, one just up here. We'll draw this just like this. Something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice and easy, nice and clean. Remember too that this downstroke right here does not have to. Come all the way down. This downstroke can actually go like here. As long as you're above the 1 and 5 minute trigger on a back test, we can actually come here, pop up here, and then boom, straight squeeze up here. I do like to see the one higher before you take that next trade, but we're not there quite yet. Let's put this up here and watch this closely. This looks kind of good right here. Just check this really quick. Got this one right here. You know, you're kind of right in there. Leave that right there. And watch for a dip, one more leg, and then this should bump 2, 3, and then back up again. We're up and out of here again. Let me check something else here. The target is 695-ish. If you want to know where this ends, 695 up here. End of year. And then we'll bust out through the 7,000 thereafter. Hold on one second here. Main screen. Move this to a 1 minute. See if we can. There we go. Right in there like so. We got 130 up here. Yeah, it's not quite 130, but my thought here into this close is that we pin this. If I had to guess what happens here, it's like a pin into 6 p.m. over here. Not 6 p.m. but inside of the 4 p.m. Just get this over here. Today's Friday, 1600. I'm going to move this over just a little bit. And then you don't have to worry yourself with this here because this will be closed. We will bring this all the way down, though. You're not going to care about this Saturday, and then Sunday, Monday, you wake up over here. Should be waking up on should be, you could do this today, but I think it's gonna be this will be your Monday, Tuesday over here, and then we'll start ramping up into Christmas and stuff, and get some bigger highs. I want to say to you guys out there that if you are a make this a little bit bigger in here. Now we're gonna get to the nitty gritty of this stuff. I do want to let you know. Here's 10 a.m. There's the target on 10 a.m. So you're getting some supply in here, right? And come back down into like this 12 o'clock. Try to get back up here to 1:30. I do want to say to you that a few things to you here. There are ways to trade this that can make your life nice and easy. And there, let me just bring this over a little bit. If you're looking for days where the market moves, or the opportunity for the market to move, where you're like, hey, I want to buy zero dates, it's probably going to be like days like today. It's going to be days after today. It's going to be days like just the day before Christmas. And then you'll get a day before the closing day of New Year's. So if you're looking for like those market moving days, those are good days to be in zero dates. Rest of the time, you're just looking for a nice sideways grind pullback to get long. Any of your like any of like the grand like plans and stuff like can the market crash today? Here's my manifesto. I mean, like, you know what I mean. That kind of stuff. Try not to enact it today. Try not to enact the next couple weeks. Look towards January for your theses, your manifestos to start to take shape, and to potentially be able to, if you think it changes market direction, start looking into the new year. Hey Cap, can this happen? Hey Cap, can that happen? Stuff probably not. More than likely, no. Everyone's gonna go on vacation. They're not coming back to the market. They're taking their well, maybe not a helicopter right now, but they're all getting on jets. They're all going skiing. They're all with family and friends. Younger people are out there doing nefarious things. Probably nefarious things. Maybe I'm wrong on that. There are people going home. There are people traveling. People trying to be with their families. We're not in that place right now. So another note on this too is when we do things like this, if we're going up, what'll happen is the market will come back and slap it down when we get back. Like people get back to their desks for a day or two, they'll want to buy a low, so they'll smack it down when you come back from these holidays and weekends into the end of the year. Try to take it easy on yourself. I think one of the key things this year was, remember, we're still above the 1 minute trigger here. There's some supply. What we want to do here is what I want you to do here is take it easy. Try to stay with the market. I think that was one of our themes this year was you start the year out with the markets. You fought like being a momentum trader. You're staying with the rhythm and the flow of the markets. Sometimes it's in line exactly with the holidays. Sometimes it's not. Same thing with the spring. We had a year recently where we were expecting a roll, right? In January or February, March. We didn't get the roll until like March 31st. So you want to try to feel where the market's going. You know what I mean by that? Stay with the market. Think about the mechanics of the market. Think about the binary events in the market. Think about the times when you can trade and there are not a lot of participants in the market, so that you can kind of wrestle the market where it needs to go. We spent time this year, also a lot of time this year on when we can change major direction and when we can't, where there's a window for that. How can you tell if we're going to do a major trend change? Trying to stay with the market. Why fight the market? If the market's going down, you got to be aware of it. If the market is going up, you have to be aware of it. If it's something that's short-lived, a few sessions, or is it something where it's a major trend change, and we need to start going down in a big way? So I want you to think about that stuff. A good point on that too is if you recall, just in this most recent example, if you remember in February, it was like February. I think we said start hedging right now, February 14th, and then February 18th, what'd they do? Woke up one morning and it was like a two MES lot sell at open at 9:30 in the morning, and they shut the door, right? And I think it was like on the 18th or something like that. And you got told, right? It was like, get out. Okay, we're gonna get out. What about this? What about that? It's like, nah, you can see it. It's clear as day. They're telling you to get out of the market. We'll get out of the market. So for right now, it's not that exact situation here, but it's have an idea of where we are in the market. Have an idea of where we are at the end of the year, and come back in the spring. Let me just say that to you right now. Come back in the spring. Not spring. I shouldn't say spring, but like come back in January. I'll clear or better say that in a better way. Come back in January. Start thinking about that stuff. If you're like, hey, Cap, we started selling Jan 1, or not Jan 1, but like Jan 5th or something. That's fine. Just note that it's a new year, right? We'll start thinking about that stuff on the 31st. We'll look at the new collar. We'll look at the new collar, the negative flows that come into the market. We'll start looking at what 2026, right? Start thinking about what we're going to do in 2026, and look at the paths for 2026, and then reformulate the new manifestos of doom, right? What are traders afraid of this year? But I don't think you're gonna solve all those issues in the next 2 weeks. So try to do yourself that favor. Try to stay with the market. Try to rest up. Try to wrap the year up nicely for yourself. Try not to get too crazy with the thoughts of doom right now. Do yourself that solid. I think if you structure your trade that way too, and something were to happen, that other side of that trade will start printing. Put enough time on it, both sides are going to print. You'll make some money, some pretty good money. So I want to thank you guys for following along in this fashion this year. And next year, what we're looking for is to change it up. We're going to try to look to find some decent lows to buy the market, and start trading or trying to sell options together next year, and take you along that ride. I don't know exactly how it's going to go, but because it's kind of boring, but we'll do it together. We're going to work on that's going to be our focus next year. Our like big focus next year is a continuation of stopping the degeneracy and trying to make life easy, and not get too carried away with the noise in the market. Because there's a lot of it, isn't there? There's a lot of noise. What about this? Coulda, shoulda, maybe. Inferred that. I mean, I read a CNBC article this year. Might have been the worst article I had read of the year. It was a CNBC article, and they were saying that Trump is inferring certain things. And I was like, I read the article and I posted on Twitter. I was like, this article my face wants to melt off. It was not based in a single solitary fact, not even an anonymous source. It was just like slippery road, and I think there's a lot of that this year. I think there's a lot of like this year in particular. I was kind of shocked at the low context. If you don't know high context or low context speaker or communication is considered, Asians, this is a blanket statement, but Eastern people from the East, they tend to be very high context speakers. They'll say little words and mean a lot in those words. Whereas if you're from the West, specifically the U.S., we blab all day long, and you have to find the pieces of information in a lot of words that actually matter and push that out. It's a very American thing. We're very low context speakers and communicators in the West. We tend to like blah 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 blah. Oh, and this matters. Blah 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 blah, and this matters. And I think a lot of that I saw a lot of that this year in the news and in social media, and it was abused a lot this year too. So, anyways, get this right here for you. So can we get a flush in here maybe? Nice little flush of Rooney down here would be nice. Nice little sweep down here would be great. Half hour early trigger crossing. How you guys all doing this morning? I remember the chat. Yeah, I'll come into the chat. I'm really tired, guys. I got to tell you guys something. I'll be honest with you. I had like an endorphin wave wash over me a day this week. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. I think it might have been yesterday. It was like a year of stress just like coming off me yesterday. And I felt it last night. I couldn't sleep last night. Tried to go to sleep. I was up all night long last night. I think I slept last night 2 or 4 hours, somewhere in there. I'm having like waves of a year of work rolling off me. And I don't know how this happened, but a video came into my feed. I'm having this like endorphin wash roll. I don't know if it's endorphins or whatever, but serotonin wash or something. I don't know. And I watched a video that said, there's a guy and he said, it's okay for you to forgive yourself. And he went into details. A short video. It was like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, something like that. And he was like, it's okay to forgive yourself. It'll help you be a better person and comfortable in your own skin and all that kind of stuff. And if I can say that to you out there, it's okay. Or not okay, but like there are inflection points in your life, right? And if you have lived this year and gotten through this year and you're still alive, it's okay for all the mistakes you made this year, for all the things you did right this year and all the things you did wrong. Try to forgive yourself if you can. I hold myself to a fairly high standard, and I beat myself up when I get things wrong, carry that weight, stress of responsibility and all those kind of things. So if you're out there and you don't experience that often, you're under a lot of stress, take that moment to tell yourself, you're alive, you're here, you made it, the year is over, and you did a good job. I want you to know that out there. If you're an investor, a trader, if you go to do a job all day long, no matter what is going on in your life, whether you have the highs and the lows and the goods and the bads, you're human, and you're going to be right and you're going to be wrong. Sometimes you're going to be wrong a lot. Sometimes you're going to be right a lot. Sometimes you're going to be wrong a little and right a lot, right? And you're going to have good and bad times. No matter what that is, I want you to know as a person that it's okay. You know what I mean? So I'm just have a cracky voice right now. I'm dehydrated. But in my throat, of course, speak all day long, 8 hours. I want you to forgive yourself. I want you to think about that if you can. Like mute me and just close your eyes and think to yourself, I can forgive myself. And if you can do that, right, you'll feel really good. It's a good feeling to know that for the expectations you have on yourself as a person, it's okay for you to forgive yourself, what you hold yourself to in life. Try that exercise if you can. It feels really good. And it makes you a happier person when you're around other people during the holidays. Seriously. So, what else do I got for you guys out there? Happy holidays, I think. How you guys all doing out there? How's the Discord doing? Happy holidays to all of you inside the Discord. Looks like members are holding it down inside the Discord, huh? What's up, Spicy? Good to see you. What's going on over there? Thanks, guys. I didn't do anything last night. I want to thank Binky for being up last night. I really enjoyed just sitting there and listening. I'll be honest with you guys. Someone was like, I don't know who said it, was like, "Do you want to unmute?" Or maybe it might have been Binky, like, "Do you want to unmute your mic and get in here?" I'm like, "Fuck no, I just want to listen. I want to listen to all you guys. I want to shit post." And then I was shit posting, and Wink or Binky was reading all the comments. I was like, he's gonna learn real fast to stop doing that. I was like, he should just leave us to our own devices to shit post in here. But it was really good to be in there last night. I love listening to other people speak. I love not talking. You believe it? I know you guys think I like talking, but I fucking love it not doing it. As a matter of fact, I hung out recently with Doggone It. I was in New York City, and I had to meet with people in New York City, and all my traveling this year has been business related in some sort, or trying to meet people, that kind of stuff. And Doggone It, if you're out there, I met with him this year, and I was so grateful because I was trying to like plan things to do, and I spend a lot of my life doing that, like, you know, making sure things are okay and we're going to do this and that, and everybody's having a good time and all that kind of stuff. And Doggone It like looked at me. I think we were in a car, some kind of car service, or we were walking or something. And Doggone It was like, just tie your hands behind your back, you know, be quiet, and I'll do this weekend. And I was like, the weight was lifted off my shoulders, and I was like, this is going to be excellent. And Doggone It just led the way all week, and it was great. It was nice to have that experience. Earlier in the year, we met in Chicago with a bunch of the community too, and they could see at one point that I was tired, and they were like, "What's wrong with Cap?" And I'm like, "I'm fine. I'm just trying to enjoy you guys." And I had a great time then in Chicago. We almost got thrown out of, or not almost. They tried to throw, or the management tried to throw us out of a Michelin restaurant in Chicago, and that was hilarious. I was like, tears running down my face with how funny it was. And so we hope to do more of that next year too. Doing more meetups. We discussed in the Discord. A couple meetups this winter and spring. So I'm going to try to be in Sundance, Sundance in Park City, this late winter. For it's the last Sundance in Park City, Utah, the original home of Sundance with Robert Redford. So it should be. If you don't never been there, I spent a lot of time at Sundance. And it's last year. It's important, I think, for people that have spent time there, and the importance of Robert Redford and film in particular, filmmaking. It's important. So I'm going to be there for that time period. If any of you are interested in meeting up there, let me know. And then I'm going to try to do the trip with the community that I have promised for a long time. Condor LVR, if you're out there, or there's more than just you. There's a few of you. More than a few of you. It's funny. I'm not MAGA, by the way. MAGA to me is populist movement. I don't see it as like, I think it's a populist movement more so than like Republican or Democrat or whatever. There's a lot of divisiveness in this country right now. I have a lot of friends that live in Florida and happen to be MAGA or very conservative, and I'm good friends with these people. I've never wanted in my life to stop. I'm a pleb. I feel like I'm a nobody, and I don't ever want to not keep lines of communication open with people that in such a divisive time. So I'm gonna try to get to Florida in March, I believe. So we'll try to do a meetup there too in March in Florida, and I want to buy bear and go fishing with these guys. There's a bunch of there's a whole contingent of people here that I want to meet up with in Florida. I'm like, they're gonna try to turn me into a Republican, which is fine. I think it's comical and funny. But most people in real life, when you meet, they're not like that. You know, we don't talk about that stuff. I don't talk about that stuff with any of my real life friends. You have like an internet life, and then you have the real life. And so if you're in Florida, and I've ever said to you, I need to get to Florida, I can't get down there yet, and I will. I'll be in Florida in March, and we're gonna hang out, and we're gonna go fishing, and we're gonna go. We'll shoot guns, and we'll ride 4x4s. We'll go take a boat out with big gasoline engines, hopefully, and we'll go fishing. And if you want to meet up in Florida, I'm down. We're gonna do it. So, and I don't know if I'm gonna try to. I don't know if I can fit a whole like Florida's like its own country. It looks so small on a map, but if you've been to Florida, it's massive. I don't know if I have to split that into 2 trips, like an East Coast and West Coast trip, but we'll start in the East Coast and see if we can make it to the West Coast, or maybe down south. Maybe it's a 3. Maybe we do Florida all year next year. We'll do like Miami, the tip down to the tip of the world or something. I forget what it's called, southernmost point in the U.S. And then we'll do maybe a West Coast trip as well. And maybe I can get over to Georgia and see Joe Donut. Or maybe I can snag him and drag him to Florida. I don't know. So what we'll do is we'll do that trip in the springtime. So if you're in Florida, let's hang out. Let's meet, let's chat, all that kind of cool stuff, and get to know each other. And that's part of this community. Our community is the way things are going today in the world. I was looking at some statistics of people that are as lonely as they've ever been. Most people are not getting back out and about and doing things. Trading is a lonely life. It's solitary. It's a very solitary life, and even when you're done trading, you can't talk to most of people you know about this stuff. They'll think you're fucking crazy. This is a whole other thing, right? It's its own thing, finance and stock markets and bond markets, and there's a TV station dedicated to it, CNBC, right? So it's nice to do these meetups. So because the social media can be so it's not shallow. It's just not always conducive to in real life friendships. And I've met some of the best friends in my life through this. I really have, like through Twitter, through Reddit, through StockTwits, and Discord is in particular, because I'm able to have a closer relationship with people, and genuine connections, and meet people in real life. And it's changed my life. It really has. You guys are my family. I spend all day long with you. That's what we do, right? We hang out all day. And so I really like these meetups. They were weird originally. They were kind of weird, but I got used to them real quick. And so if you've ever been like, oh, I don't want to meet people or someone I know on the internet, it's awesome. It really is. People are just as cool in person as they are on the internet. And so I hope to meet you guys this I think it's like late January and then sometime in March. I don't have the exact dates yet, but if any of you are in the West and want to go skiing during Sundance, I'm going there to ski all day long, and then maybe a couple films, hopefully a party or two, and a few films, party or two, and some food or something. So if you're a skier, snowboarder, come on out. Let's go ski some of the off-piste stuff up in PCMR or something. PCMR's got some really good shit. You can get from canyons over there. They got some really good skiing. Not a bunch of good through hiking or switchback stuff over there, but there's some really good stash skiing over there. They don't have any snow right now either. It's like raining in Park City right now. Suck at the West. The Midwest is getting hammered with snow right now. So hopefully there's some snow when we get there too. What else? I think that's it for right now. I think we pin here, to be honest with you, like pin and grind into the close. That's what I think we're going to do today. I think we're just going to literally like grind sideways and up. Hit this thing over here and just grind. That's the thesis here today. As far as gamma, let's take a look at a few things here. We're gonna go over a few things here together. Give me a second here. We'll start at the top here. Data releases, stuff like that. Today is Friday. It's 11 a.m. We had existing home sales at 10 a.m. If you don't know anything about home sales right now, check out. I don't know this guy at all. I've emailed him a couple times and I've read his book, but I have no association with this guy either. Go check out Wolf Street. If if you want to know anything about home sales right now. He's been really watching them very closely. It's been and he's been very detailed in that information. And on the OER stuff, he made a post yesterday about inflation, and the post blew up. Do yourself a solid and go read that post. I would go back and read the. I would start with the post FOMC post. It's like a three act play. Read the FOMC post. Read the employment post and jobs post. It's one post with those three things, and then read the post yesterday about inflation, and it blew the doors off. I think it had 150 comments in the first hour or two yesterday. That's very rare. You don't see that too frequently. And Wolf called out this disaster that's going on. And now Wolf Richter I like that guy because he will call out the politics and agree with the politics and then call them out. He's very objective. He's very pragmatic. And I've seen him like praise Trump, rip Trump. I've seen him praise and rip Biden and Powell and everybody else out there. He's as unbiased, I think, as you're going to find. And I think yesterday's post about the inflation story was something that you need to know about. And I was reading it yesterday, and late last night, I just kept riding on me. And last night I said, is the OER scandal going to actually, when is it going to matter? And Nick Timmeros this morning at 7 a.m. made a post. I'm assuming here that Nick Timmeros reads that blog. I'm not shitting you. There's a lot of guys in that blog. A lot of people, not guys, a lot of people read that blog that are very smart and are in the markets in a big way. And it rang a bell of alarm yesterday. So now it doesn't mean it's something that's actionable right now, or that it matters to the market right now, or that you can price it in, or it's doomish or anything like that. But you definitely want to be aware of it because of its implications. We are moving towards some policy, whether you and I like it or not, no matter the fallout. And I would read that article from yesterday. Do all three, but when that last article yesterday was the one that was really scary. If you want to be scared, that one's scary. Now, will it resolve itself? Not at this point. Unlikely. When will it matter? Probably not until after the first of the year. That should come into some contention next year. And this is all setting up for 2026. So if you're planning your year for next year, I would read those three things. I would also go back and read Moran's. You want some like bookends to that? I would read Moran's manifesto. He wrote a white paper a couple of years ago. It wasn't detailed as it should have been, but it gave a broad overview of what the White House is trying to implement, and kind of helps with the idea behind the White House asserting authority over the Fed. And you should be able to get an idea of where we're headed next year in terms of policy, in terms of Fed, the shadow chair, next chair. I always hear like the Fed is politically driven when they're supposed to be independent. There's a lot of things right now that I see that are it's like we always knew they were going on, but they were never public. It was kind of like a wink and a nod. But now we're just doing everything out in open. And I don't know if that persists. I don't know that that's even a political thing. It might just be a societal thing. Openness in what goes on behind the scenes, maybe. I'm not sure about this. I haven't formulated a full opinion on this, but I've noticed that this year in particular, no one cares. It's not just MAGA or Trump or anything. It's just all over the place. I see it everywhere. I saw it in Detroit when I moved here. I saw just blatancy in some things. And I was scratching my head. I was like, was it just Detroit? And it's not. It's all over. So there's a little bit of manifestation. I see that in, all over society. I don't know if you see it, but I do. People just don't care, which is fine. It's always been there. So there's a little more transparency maybe in some of this stuff. 'Cause it's going on blatantly right now. and no one said a word about it. I haven't seen anyone say anything about it all year long. So we'll see how this continues into next year. But please check out Wolf Street. Try to read that article if you can. And try to read the Nick Timmeros piece. I don't think he addressed it directly, but he roundabout did. He roundabout addressed it without calling it a crisis or a scandal. It's not a crisis; it's a scandal, believe it or not. And you already knew my take on this earlier this week before that shit even dropped. You knew my take before. You knew my take on this past couple weeks that this was going to happen. And why you got to think about why it's happening, and will it happen no matter what you think? Like, is it something negative, or is it something that everybody's on board with? You know what I mean by that? Like, how can they do this, and why are they telling me? And everyone's kind of, implicated in it. What else do we have going on here? So try to check out Wolf Richter, if you can. What else do we have here? I wonder if Wolf triggered that. I do. He's well respected. I never see him say those things. He said them. What else do I have for you guys here? Let me go through a few more things. So we've got existing home sales. Go if you want more information on existing home sales from this morning. Check out Wolf. He talks about that. He's got a big series going on. We have a Trump speech today at 9 p.m. So we have another Trump speech today. Remember, in QuapX. If you're thinking about anything going on with Venezuela, we tend to start wars or major shifts in policy just after monthly or quarterly OPEXs, depending upon what it is. You'll see new information enter the market. If there's going to be anything with Venezuela, if you have any questions about Venezuela, I don't think it's war. I don't know that it's going to become war. Normally what happens is 2 or 3 things will happen. There's one path where you'll create an incident, and that incident grows larger into some sort of an invasion. But that's not the only thing. Trump this week said something about a full embargo of Venezuela. And that's an old school tactic where you can take an economy and crush it, basically. You stop most trade for a nation. And the U.S. has a lot of power in that. And that can create a recession or even a depression in a country. If that happens, sometimes the citizens of that country will remove him themselves, or the fear of that leader just knowing that's happening. Sometimes the leader will start looking around and be like, "I'm out of here. I'm going to go play golf for the day," and they get in a plane, they're out of there. So there are other ways for this to end. They're not, the U.S. bombing the country or large strikes and stuff like that. There are diplomatic ways, believe it or not, to bring about regime change in Venezuela. Now, I'm not just going to discuss with you if I agree with that or disagree with that or why we're doing it or any of that kind of stuff. I've given you the idea behind the Monroe Doctrine and Roosevelt and the big stick and all that kind of stuff. And why you do that. That's kind of why, whether I agree with how it's done or why it's done, why we live where we live, to be honest. We live where we live because of the oceans that separate us from regime change for us, and we try to keep our partners in some sort of similar representative democracy in the West. So we'll look at that as that. I don't know if that speech has anything to do with that at 9 p.m., but we are coming into QuapX. So, next few days, next few sessions. Do I think that that's going to be negative in the market? I don't. You might get a pullback. There could be a small window if something were to go haywire, where it could be important to the market or meaningful to the market. If you were to see maybe, God forbid, you see mass destruction in like ships and planes or people and things like that, that could be a problem. But normally the first 3 days, if that something happens, the market should actually go up, not down. The only time market goes down, really truly goes down in those kind of situations is if there's like severe loss of life to Americans, basically. This is our market. It's not anyone else's market. It's the U.S. market. So what else do we have here? That's 9 p.m. tonight. I look forward to that at 9 p.m. And then we have the weekend. And then on Monday, we get the Chicago Fed National Index Survey. That's kind of important. 3-6-month bill may come into focus due to the questions about inflation data. It's blatantly being manipulated right now. It's clear as day. There's no need to pull an investigation. It's been going on for about 3 months. On Tuesday, December 23rd, that can reflect in the 3-month bill auction. So there could be some volatility there. 11:30 on Monday. Then on Tuesday, we get at 8:30 a.m. durable good orders month over month, and then GDP growth rates quarter over quarter. That's Tuesday, December 23rd at 8:30 a.m. Those are the two most important ones. We get some other stuff. We get some core PCE quarter over quarter, second estimate, some PCE stuff too. A bunch of data on 8:30 in the morning, wrapping up the quarter. That's Tuesday, the 23rd. And then we go into a half day. Let me see if there's anything else here. It's really big. I don't see anything. We get a half day on Wednesday, I believe, till 1 p.m. We get the NBA 30-year mortgage rate at 7 a.m. And at 8:30, we get initial jobless claims. I'm not expecting too much in that stuff either. And then Thursday, so we go into Christmas. We come back for Thursday. There's not much going on for U.S. data. Let me just check this here. I got to take Japan out of my country list here for the moment. Make sure I'm not reading anything for Japan. Let me see here. Tuesday. Yep, got that for Tuesday. Wednesday is the 24th. Not much going on there. Friday, not much going on the 26th. 29th, we get some pending home sales again on the 29th. Not much going on that day. And then Tuesday, the 30th at 9 a.m., we get an important thing called the S&P Case-Shiller home price year over year, but that lags by like 3 months. So most of that data is already known. We get the FOMC minutes on December 30th at 2 p.m. And on Monday, that's the important one, of course. And then on Monday, the 5th, we come straight back into ISM manufacturing. Someone's going to try to short that shit on the close on the 31st. Guaranteed. And then on Wednesday, the 7th, we get ISM services, PMI, and JOLTS. That's at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. So you should see some volatility coming into the market that first week of January. What else we have here? I don't see anything here. Talk about the Fed races heating up. If I see anything else here. Yeah, the Justice Department's going to release all the Epstein files today, but they'll be heavily redacted. I would not expect anything in those files. It'll be contrived. I don't think that'll hit this. I don't think there'll be much doom to the tape. This just came out. New York Reserve Fed John Williams said that technical factors likely distorted November's inflation data, pushing the headline reading lower than it otherwise would have been. That just popped right now. You know, I'm going to tell you guys something. Dude, Wolf Richter is read by everybody. Somebody fucking rang the alarm bell yesterday on that shit. So you see, President, New York Reserve President John Williams trying to get out in front of this. The Fed's inside man, the inside journalist, he tried to get ahead of this morning. I'll read you a quick note here. Nick Timmeros this morning trying to get ahead of the curve. I asked last night, and I didn't get a single like. like 5 likes last night or something. So that shit's. I was like, I asked last night. I said, what time? Yesterday, I said, will the OR scandal come out? I got 4 likes. OER, excuse me. And then this morning, Nick Timrose busting it out 2 hours ago. It's a mess. I wrote, it looks like the OER scandal will break. So, Wolf Richter, if you're out there, I know you don't watch the show, but if you're out there, man, thank you. Thank you for saying something. And I think he was the only guy that did. I'll be honest with you. So it's good to see that happen. So we'll deal with some of that fallout at some point. It looks like everybody's on the same page anyways. So I don't think that it matters materially right now. I think they're going to try to squash it, and we're just going to move on. And there'll be some adjustments made for tips, of course, and then tips insurance. I think that's what it is. But yeah. Well, if I have time to try to read some of this stuff to you guys out there, so you can wrap your heads around it. But I'm trying to pin this one right here to the profile. What else we got going on here? I've gone through all that stuff. Let's go through some gamma stuff. Try to get you guys all set away here. White House Press Secretary Leavitt says that today at 1300, so not 9 p.m. At 1 p.m., Trump will be announcing more incredible deals that will lower price of drugs and pharmaceuticals. Just a note on that if you trade in drug stocks. What else do I have here? What do we got here? Let's take a look at. Bring this over here to take a look at some. We're going to take a look at some options stuff. We're going to go through it all. I'm going to go through it all here in the background. Net gamma. We need to know that. We're probably pinned at 6,800-ish. We have a next gamma bar above at 6,850. Let's take a look at some of this stuff here. Let's go to the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Squeezing higher now into 680.79 on SPY. We're going to look at a few things here. This is the gamma map, right? We're kind of like roped into this stuff over here. Yesterday, we're kind of like whipsaw here. And we're having an unwind, right? This is you know how people say to you, they'll sell you a story saying, hey, the market has a chance to, fucking collapse after this. Well, that's not happening in this case, is that we're unwinding to the upside. As dealers no longer need to hedge the market. So we've got 6,800 right here. Let's delete all this. We're out of that now. And first thing we'll do is we'll just write SPX gamma. And we're going to take a look at gamma together. Apologize for the camera being off on this layout for the show. I have to go back through. It's going to be like 2 hours of work. We've got a gamma bar here at 6,800. Right down here. This was what we were tied into yesterday. And this is also the gamma flip. So we're back into positive gamma. Put that there. And then we're going to look at some rejection, some places for rejection. And I'm going to give you just a couple quick not quite bearish, but like maybe we're tied in here. We've got some puts above. That's 625. Get this a little bigger here. 625.15. gonna make this yellow. Do another one in here at 6835. Right up in here. And then we're going to do one more. We're going to do like a top for right now, 6850. Right here. Just for today and for tomorrow into next week. Make this one red. It's kind of it right here. And I think we drew this up here on your chart for SPY earlier in the morning. That you're kind of looking for something like this. You know, pound it, try to get up there, and then maybe sweep this and come back up. We also have this big cluster here where we just start grinding, going higher. Here's your all-time high. You guys told me that the all-time high was in, right? I'm telling you that it's not. Above that, we have 6,900, which is right here. Uh, 6,900, and that is not a top. We've got above that 6,925, 6,950. And 25. This is an intraday resistance point here. Write that in there. Intraday resistance. Right over there. Break above this with a couple new highs, no pullbacks. So if you're able to get up here, you know, start making a new high, we'll start talking about that stuff. But I do think you come back down, then we go up. That's my take on that. But then once we're above this here, right, we get a little bit of an unclench. We're able to move higher from that point, and you're going to be targeting 6,900, 6,925. And then looking for like 6,950 right here, hopefully. There's your all-time high. This should be like an orange here. Make that an orange. Get a little artistic with it. Oh yeah. A little bit of trees up here, nice little pullback in here. And then the top of the market, we should reject this until past the 31st. Well, this is the same situation we're in today on the 31st. So we're going to make this one red for right now until month end. You shall not pass. Until month end. Write that up there for now. So we got some speed bumps along the way. We got another speed bump up here, and then we've got this one up here. Now this one up here, you probably want to, if you're looking for like maxing this out, it would be like 69.85. Hey cap, we're running up here. What's going to happen? We'll probably reject this one right here. Nope. Right there. We'll reject that one right there. Make that a yellow. This might be able to like color using just crayons and stuff. We're looking for here on the upside. Now we're going to look at the downside over here too. If you're looking for any kind of like weakness to the downside, for like the local options market, 67.50 is a nice place to start thinking about buying. Make that green. And we're gonna do one more just under it. Yeah, that's 67.50, right? Bottom, real true bottom of the market's like 6,700 right here. That's about it right there. There's a whole different regime lower than this. We're not going to talk about that different regime at this point. And we're going to start switching these to, we'll start switching these to green bars too. This yellow and this red will make these green at some point. So let's see if we can just show this right here. Nice and easy. This should be able to give you like some sort of a simple, easy visual representation. If you want to know how I think this, oh, wait a minute. If you want to know how I think this happens, I think it's like this. Or at least gamma-wise, I think it's something like this over here. Okay. Or no, excuse me. Something like this. Something like this right here. I'd like to see this pull back. Right. Something like this. 1, 2, 3. And then you'll start a new sequence up here. 1, right? 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. No pass, right? Somewhere in here. And I think that becomes corrective right here. It's a corrective upside move. You get told no. Or you can't pass that until after the first. So here's the first right here. 31st. And then you get your last leg right there. Should stall in here somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the first over here. And you shall not pass until month end. Something like that. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? A little bit of stalling in here. A little bit of stalling in here too. Something just like this in the end of the year. Remember, there's a lot of room here to go and do this. See if I can somewhere up in there. Whew. Whoo-wee. Right up in there somewhere. Now, you have places to buy the dip here, places to buy the dip here, places to buy the dip here, places to buy the dip here. Grind, 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 and grind, grind. Weekends aren't showing here, but should be something like this. If you're looking for dips to buy, you know how to do that. You've got the rules already in here. Should be something like this. Oh, let me snip that again. There's my cursor. Remember to always follow your rules when I post things like this. This is just a roadmap. It's just the same thing like you drive up to a bridge. It's washed out. So on back tests, you want to always be using your rules. So there's your gamma map or picture or whatever. I'm going to give you some top line rules right now, okay? You can get ground to dust. You can be directionally right. And at the end of the year, if you're a young trader, you can be directionally right. You can get eaten alive and still be right in where you think we're going. I always recommend spreads. And if you see, you should see lots of like sideways corrections and a melt up and then a move higher. If you want to chase the zero dates on squeezes and stuff, I think that's fine. But I want you to know that you could lose a lot of money. I like the blend of like a sure thing. You're going to make some money. You're going to come out at the end of the year and be like, hey, it's the first week of January. It's February, March. I made some money. I did some gambling and I was or was not successful. But this saved me. This made me money. When you're in the stock market, it's nice to spread some of the risk. I'm buying some stonks. I'm selling some options. I'm a degenerate gambler on the side. I don't know. I just own stock. I buy real estate with it. Make sure you have income streams that can fund the other things you want to do. So if you like cocaine or something, probably shouldn't be a degenerate day trader. You should probably stop being a day trader so you can make money to do cocaine. If you're not a cocaine addict, you could probably find some kind like, hey, I made all this money. I'm going to piss some of it away doing zero dates. You really do want to come out at the end of the year this year and not feel like this is one of these times where you can like be like, I'm going to chase all this up with zero dates and I'm going to become a bazillionaire, and you get eaten alive trying to do that. So just be aware of that, okay? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I've done it. It's been infuriating. I missed the squeeze. I got eaten alive sideways. We had a drawdown in one day, a pullback. And then I'm just like, what am I doing here? I fought the tape the entire time. And meanwhile, I'm not with friends and family and all this other stuff. I look back and I'm not, it's been a while. It's been like years, but I just look back and was like, oh my God, I got this all right. And I fucking just like mismanaged the entire thing. I could have just got some fucking like dated calls or some call spreads. I could have went and had a good time, come back and had a fucking 50, 100 grand in my pocket. And, this is true. So from experience, I'm trying to let you know that a call spread is so easy. It's just too easy. So please understand that for where we are in the time of year, it's too easy. And I want you to think about one last thing in this. I want you to think about the idea that you're hearing me say that to you this morning, and maybe you're not getting long, or you're fighting the tape all the way up, and then you get into the beginning of January, and the FOMO kicks in for you, and you're the only guy with FOMO. And then you're the only guy that's going, well, Cap, look at how high we are. We should keep going higher, bro. And you didn't learn the lesson of seasonality, trading with the markets, all that kind of stuff. And everyone else is looking at you like you missed the train, bro. You know what I mean? So everyone else is on a different bus, and you're angry because you didn't chase, or you're angry you didn't do it right, you missed out, or you're red or something. And everybody else listened. And you don't want to be that supply for the market. There are a lot of people that are supply for the market, and you don't want to be that guy. And it's very common. It's more common than you'd think. Don't be that guy. I beg you. I beg you not to be that guy. Try your best. You can find a pullback on the hourly trigger, half-hour trigger at any point. Try to get long, even if it dips. It dips down lower than the hour, half-hour trigger for like a half a day or something. Don't worry about it. Put the call spread on. Close your fucking laptop and enjoy your holiday, please. Make life easier. And this hurts me too, right? I don't get the viewers. But this is a disservice to whatever the zeitgeist is on influencers. I'm your anti-influencer. I'm not your furu. I'm your friend in real life. I know you guys in real life. So try to do yourself that service. So you can come back, open back the laptop on December 31st at 4 p.m. or something. You're like, woo, I got paid. Come back in the beginning of January, or a week or two out in January, and we're even higher, and we bought a second dip with a call spread, and you're hedged out for the spring. It's a beautiful thing. You can get on that nice big high, hedge yourself into like March, April for a low. It's beautiful. And you're not the guy sitting there going, well, what about this, and couldas and shouldas and wouldas and maybes and possible and all that kind of stuff. Stay with the market, please. I'm begging you. What else? What else we got here? Grinding higher right now into the 4-hour. Coming into 12 p.m. right now. We'll see what these flows are looking like here at 12. I'll leave this up for you right here. Bring this closer so you can see it. So you've done gamma here. SPX gamma. This little sneaky Pete in here too. You see that? There could be messiness in here too. This could actually go. This could actually be a little bit different. We got this one up here. Then I missed this one right here. Just be aware of this one. I didn't put this in your chart, but there's one more danger zone in here. We'll make a note of it right there just to note. You can see that one over there. I missed that high. I wasn't paying attention. So I apologize for that. You should like sell that, come up here, volatility. It's going to get really messy in here. But this could happen too over the weekend of Christmas. We just blast right through it, which I think we will, because this prior high right here, see this one right there? I'll go down there and look at that. You really want to be looking at this one right here. See that one right there? This one right here is going to piss off. That's that red zone right here, just so you can see it. This one isn't going to matter as much as this one does. So if we break up here and just the tip, knock that out right there, and that's going to tell you on a back test that we're going right past all this shit. We're going to take that one out and make a new high. This is a confirmation that the buyers are in control. This is where they tried to sell you down here, 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 up here, but mostly like down, down. You can see them violence here, down, down, down. So this is very critical right here, 68.50. Very critical level. Not so much this one, but this one right here, because this back one right here, that back one right there. Just keep an eye on that one. Back over here. Leave this right here for you. Intraday resistance right there, just so you can see it. We have some volatility in here. We already know that. This up right here. Trading 679, looking to trade at least 695. I think we're trading higher, boys and girls. It might take some time, but I've got a targets between 695 and 715. And we don't get to 715 by rolling calls higher. We only get there from hedging flows, counter trading, hedging flows. So I don't think we roll higher. Even if we do, I'm going to call those people FOMOers. They're going to get eaten alive up there. I think they will. Now, that brings in another question. We'll talk about that on Sunday, about what would be the destructive, what would be the seasonal low. If we get that 715, the seasonal low is going to be 640. You want to know, I'm going to tell you guys something that I don't talk about everything publicly, but I want you to think about whatever that high is. Is it 695 or is it 715? You see 715, it's probably 640 pullback. If we can't get over 700, we're probably going to 560. So that's a significant implication down the road. So keep that in mind as we move forward. Start looking at like what is the actual high, and I would suspect. Right now I've got us going 715 and 640, and that's it for the spring low. 640. We're trading 679 right now, and we were just down at not too far away from there, right over here. Not too far away from that. That's your November, right? Check back into Q4, right? And Q4 check back 640. So we'll see how this ends. We'll see how the year ends and what the high is. There are implications down the road into early next year. You guys see that? We don't know the answers to this stuff just yet, so we'll play it as we find it or as we see it. What else do we have going on here? I'm going to look at some other gamma stuff here. 2-date volume. Looking of a pin for 2-date volume at 68.50. That looks correct to me too. Targeting 68.50. On the bottom end, 6,800. We're trading 68.26. So that gamma flip line will turn into a green line at some point. So if you're looking to buy a dip today, 6,800, 6,820, 6,825. We're hammering these out for a poop island right now. What else here? Strike level volatility, at the money volatility. Let's look at that. Just a note, you're getting some Vanna and stuff going. We got a huge dump of at the money volatility and SPX today for the next one day. CTAs. CTAs not quite participating just yet. They're not sellers, but they're not really buyers at the moment. I would say they're more supportive of market at this moment. Not quite huge buyers just yet, not sellers. Vol Control Gang. They are buyers and supportive. So you should, and we're in positive gamma now, so you should see that from Vol Control Gang. CTAs can step in and become trend follower, trend chasers. So we can see some violence to the upside if they get involved. We also have a lot of money coming into the market in the form of buybacks and also money funds. Come on here. Man. CTA positionings for the Nikkei are supportive. What else do we have? COTs, Asset Manager Net. I think they're just kind of hanging out. Yeah, they're just kind of hanging out. They were buyers, now they're just sitting on trend going higher. Seasonality. Let me just check seasonality here. You still have a window for seasonality to the upside. You got another few sessions and end of the year. And then you just have some flatness likely coming into the beginning of the year, and then some more upside into the end of January. Continuation in seasonality to the upside into probably the 30th day of the new trading year. You can look for something like that. 30th day of the trading year. Make it one more high into OPEX of February. What else? Is there anything else? I can't see anything else for gamma. So if you're looking for like a target for those highs, price shit out to like February OPEX. If you're really conservative March OPEX, maybe you get the print in Gen 1, Gen OPEX, Feb OPEX. Give yourself some time. Stuff in the money. Or just some straight calls with farther dates on them, year out or something. Oh, yeah, I forgot to do this one yet today. I was supposed to read this yesterday, and I did not, and I meant to. Just let me check something here. This dropped yesterday, and I didn't have a chance to get to it. I want to read it to you right now. This was from yesterday. Thanks, here, guys. Where is it? Be eating some crow in that cuts thing, aren't they? Second here, guys. Come on. One quick second here, guys. Let's go get me in there. This dropped yesterday. There we go. Why is this not? What's going on with this? What wonkiness is going on with this? Hold on here, guys. No, not RBC. All right, here we go. I'm going to read this to you guys. Letter dropped yesterday from our one of our favorite traders out there, Charlie McElligott. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, everything, Charlie. He doesn't watch the show, but I've been trying to. I'm going to read to you what his note was yesterday. I've been trying to avoid adding noise in low liquidity holiday markets. And things are going to be quiet, right? I've been trying to avoid adding noise in low liquidity holiday markets and not seeking to overinterpret every daily move. But there are some themes out there to be discussed. And despite this note initially looking rather equities AI-centric, I promise that there are eventual macro vol observations too. So if you are on sell side or you're looking for some volatility in markets to the end of the year, the AI phase shift into adulthood has moved into tumultuous territory in recent weeks. I wouldn't agree with that personally. If I got a great chart here for you, this looks more like rotation. If you look at this chart right here, it's been outstanding. Excited, I'll post this for you in the Discord while we read this. And only since late October has there been a this is not, that chart I posted for you is not from the Morris McElligott. But there's been a rotation trade, right? And he says, and despite the AI shift into adulthood has moved into tumultuous territory in recent weeks. This is, I want to remind you of what I said to you at the end of a bull run or at the end of a year. I said to you, it's easier to not play whack-a-mole. I said, instead of you picking them, you can go in and buy the S&P 500 or Qs and not have to play whack-a-mole into the end of the year. And I said a lot of you are going to get it wrong. And the easiest trade at the end of the year is to just do what? Long S&P 500. It's the easiest trade to make money. And we have had a rotation out of some of these tickers, right? We even had a change. Watch for these new flows coming in at 12, whether they're buy or sell. These look like buy. You have single tickers getting annihilated, crypto getting annihilated. I remember, and the broader markets doing quite well. And then as people were getting flushed and washed out of their trades, they all came screaming to who? Me. And you. And they're saying, well, the market's going to crash. You're like, why are you saying the market's going to crash? And they're like, oh, we've been long fucking crypto and this stock and that stock, and we got annihilated, so we're gonna unload all this on you. And we're all like, we're not crashing, man. We weren't doing whack-a-mole. You were. And we talked about that, didn't we? Extensively. We talked about that. So as the AI phase shift into adulthood has moved into tumultuous territory in recent weeks, with the market transitioning away from the early capex spend euphoria and now maturing into a much more rigorous assessment of the investing theme, in turn accelerating the shot clock for ROIC, or else being met with profit taking of extreme prejudice, which has just so happened to coincide with year-end performance locking that it then spun itself into an outright risk management exercise. No. I'm sorry. That's not true. Kinda. People took their gains off of the AI theme. They rolled into index funds. There's been some profit taking across the board. There's no panic. There was one moment where there was risk off without making new positions, but there was not risk off with closing those positions. So there was a little bit of that. Maybe that's the fire drill possibly is speaking about. Maybe the risk management exercise. As anticipated and discussed here in the fall, investors looking into 2026 were going to need to sober up on spending trajectories via transition from FCF burn to accelerated debt financing load, especially for infra plays like Oracle and their latest data center funding freakout, then leading to increased cost of funding through spread widening on share issuance, supply, balance sheet leverage, likelihood of mean reversion with unprecedented chipmaker gross margin maintenance, the reality of energy pick and shovel bottlenecks, and as a broader market narrative into 2026, an enhanced desire for imminent money conversion of agentic AI into sales automation, cost reductions for end users. Note that he talks about automation. I would expect robotics and automation to be a big theme next year in 2026. He goes on to write, yes, I do believe these are all hyper-valid concerns for the theme. And with the market now breaking out the scrutiny scalpel, we are finally seeing appropriate winners and losers and dispersion. Dispersion does not mean crash the stock market. And that's a good thing. And I agree with Charlie on this. We're calling our winners, we're taking profits, and we're looking to broaden out the markets or look ahead into 2026 as to where to put our money, right? However, I also believe that some of this has become pin the tail on the narrative. Hey, I like it. This dropped yesterday. And what did I do yesterday? I went on a fucking rant on narrative. And who else went on a rant on narrative? Gamma Labs. Gamma Lab Tweets, that handle, went on a beautiful post on narrative. And Charlie here goes on to say, however, I also believe that some of this has become pin the tail on the narrative to justify the reversal of the initial euphoric price overshoots as investors struggle to rationalize the magnitude of the up, then a way down swing, which again, in my eyes, was at least a partial function of many investors having enjoyed a really good year, in no small part thanks to this AI trade. Thanks, Charlie. In wanting to lock in, protect P&L into the calendar turn, which then saw profit-taking snowball into something a little bit more sloppier, especially with the amount of leverage in the trade, which acts like negative gamma, feeding the velocity of the price moves up and down, both real options and synthetic leveraged ETFs. And I'd also be remiss if I did not add that this leadership reversal phenomenon is a well-known feature. This time of year as well. What is Charlie saying to you? Well-known feature. So when I harped on this in the fall, early fall, and said, what do you fucking care? Take your money and run. Do the easy fucking trade. Collapse down into quality, something that was not in the red all year, but maybe was unloved, if you really wanted to play whack-a-mole, or just go hide out in the indexes. Nice and easy. Pin the tail of the narrative. I love you, Charlie. Which then saw profit taking become more messy or sloppier. It was sloppy for those people that were playing whack-a-mole, not for the rest of us. Especially with the amount of leverage in the trade, which acts like negative gamma, feeding the velocity of the price, moves up and down both real options and synthetic leveraged ETFs. This is like synthetic stuff where you've got Tesla's famous for this. How it trades like a meme because funds tend to short Tesla in smaller baskets that are low liquidity. They can hammer down a bunch of Tesla shares somewhere else. And I'd also be remiss if I did not add that this leadership reversal phenomenon is a well-known feature this time of year as well, with December being the worst median month for 1 year momentum factor over the past 30 years. Who harps on that for you? VolWiz does. Volatility Wiz says this. He says, I don't know why everybody thinks that the December's great. He's like, it's very volatile into the middle of the month. It's known. You and I on this show looked at the prior 6 bull runs, and I showed you. Remember I didn't say this, but everybody else is saying this. The bottom is in. And I'm like, wait a minute, we haven't even gotten to the middle of the month yet. We got to go to the middle of the month. And then I spent an hour in this show going through every one of these bull runs and showing you that there would be an outlier to not have some volatility in the middle of the month, at least. Not down, just volatility. Volatility. And that's what he's speaking to here. A loss of momentum, and then not only that, but no big wins. And now we're looking for that end of the month, not the mean of the month, but the end of the month to get a payout. So we've got to justify the year-end blah blah blah. Get through that. Also be remiss that I'd not add the leadership reversal phenomenon as known of the year-end, with December being the worst median month for 1 year momentum factor over the past 30 years. As traders pre-position for the January effect. The January effect. I haven't heard that word since last year. Write that down, boys and girls. It's coming back into fashion just again. As traders pre-position. That's you and I. That's what we're doing. We're pre-positioning for the January effect. That's all we're doing right now. The phenomenon prior laggards rally. That's when you find the underperformers for the year that are not in red, so they're tax loss harvesting, and you're picking the winners of the whack-a-mole, and you're picking the ETFs to get into that January effect. And you're not looking for the big print in middle of December. I.e., momentum shorts turn large outperformers. Listen to this one. Momentum shorts turn large outperformers of momentum longs in December, which is exactly what as experienced thus far month to date. This has been AI leadership becoming victims of their own prior white-hot success, acting as source of funds for rebalancing trades in the 2026 macro outlook for most investors, which has become far more sanguine over the past month. Or so as well with POTUS run hot and focus ahead of midterms. And that's what we're doing with the Fed right now. Run it hot into the midterms. Keep market pumped up into midterms. Any fucking way possible. I don't care if we manipulate the inflation data. I don't care if we manipulate the employment, unemployment, and jobs data. Everyone, you're going to do it. And that's what we've been doing, right? And it's freaking people out, too. It's raising alarm bells. They want to run this fucker hot, and if they have to manipulate it, they will. And so he goes on to say here, so well with the POTUS run it hot and focus ahead of midterms, fiscal stimulus coming online, right? When you run it like this and you start cutting rates, brings up a bunch of questions, right? Get some QE light sloshing around. Keep markets moving, right? The fiscal stim coming online, all backstopped by an asymmetrically dovish Fed and their resumption of balance sheet expansion via reserve management ops, which is contributing to a broadening out of performance into value themes like economically sensitive cyclicals, small caps, and even post today's CPI downside surprise, reflation plays away from the previous extreme concentration in secular growth, mega cap tech and compounders. What does that mean, top line? Buy a fucking index. Buy an index. Stop trying to pick them. Past week alone, with large standard deviation reversals in prior equities leadership regime, AI growth tech, highly speculative down cyclical, valley laggards up. And it hasn't been just equities and the better than feared growth upside forward reflation. Performance themes in those more economically sensitive sectors, market caps and betas, but a look at cross-asset behavior shows this rebalancing occurring elsewhere. And from commodities, metals, longs booming, see gold and silver options, to the UST curve bear steepening on the side of risk. If you looked last night at the USD, if you looked late last night at the USD yen and euro trade, or the yen with euro and USD trade, that was actually very positive to see those dollars go, or their dollars going up against the yen, because there is a squeeze in here for that, as well as on the yield end in bonds. So we've got the UST curve bear steepening on the risk of embedding stickier, higher inflation, which means what? The stock market's cheap. Means we have to price it higher, right? Sticky higher inflation alongside, of course, a Fed tilted comfortably dovish in nearly all scenarios. We have a Fed right now that is playing ball with this. They are playing fucking ball, which is exactly the stuff driving CTA trend positioning and hence their recent performance rebound. Even CTAs know that everybody, it's public. Then we're going to ramp. And even CTAs are here ready to start supporting that. If we start going higher here, CTAs can become a factor. At the moment, they're not, but they can be. And they reversed from this. They were in a frying pan and leaning lower, and now they're in the frying pan going up right now. When you're in that frying pan pattern, you start having a breakout, they can become buyers in all scenarios. Not sellers, buyers. Yet at the same time as all this rationalizing above, the micro goes bullish again, with Micron last night just pulled an earnings upside shock result. I even had Micron going down. I got that wrong. I was like, I want to see 207. And I was like, maybe we can get that shit in this like beer downturn before we get to their ER. Nope. Didn't like. It went down. Micron went down, but not where it should have been. And Micron crushed it to the upside. Adjusted EPS of $8.22 to $8.62 versus an estimate of $4.71. Shit. Woo, Micron. That's only been seen once before in the chip space, and that was the initial NVDA earnings paradigm shift in May of 23 that began the entire AI boom. That was not seen coming, I'll tell you right now. It was baller. So if any were long that or even got long the next day, congratulations. Some of you in the Discord, after the report, just started buying Micron in the aftermarket in our Discord. I watched a bunch of you in there buying the actual stonk, the underlying stonk. So congratulations to you too. Point being that there is still blood left in this AI stone. And we saw some notable willingness to sell downside in some key AI equities proxies yesterday, which matters from an inflection perspective and fits along with the standard VIX options expiration yesterday and OPEX tomorrow, where we should see, ready? Listen to this closely. This is today now, right? Where we should see cleaner dealer positioning and getting back some of their prior short gamma, feeding into vol compression in tighter trading ranges, which ultimately allows for repositioning, releveraging by vol scalers. Avgo, seller of 5,000 January 2nd 300 puts at $1.80. ETN, seller of 2.3 thousand January 23, 295 puts at 248. Google, seller of 10,000 May 210 puts at 268. Nvidia, seller of 10,000 January 9th, 160 puts at 188. VST, a seller of 4.7 thousand February 130 puts at $1.80. Just keep squeezing. And what you've got here is yesterday's close. I showed you the MOC imbalance, and it was buying all these stocks back right now, right into this OPEX day. Avgo, ETN, Google, NVDA, VST, selling the puts. That means we go up. Vol compression. Options wise, we were in a weird place for a while with steep skew, high at the money vol for said AI mega cap tech single name and high vol of vol on bid for crashy VIX calls as the concentration and violence of the rally, its all-time highs felt unstable and unsustainable. And we finally got some wobble as said AI stuff reversed a lot from highs. So now we've bled out a lot of that. Note that chart I just posted for you. It shows you the rotation trade. The one that I posted in the Discord, that shows the actual rotation. The unloved AI stocks. I've been posting that chart in that Discord for 3 weeks now. 2 weeks. I've been put that same chart I've posted now 3 times. So you can see where the actual rotation was. So now that we've bled a lot of that out as we couldn't really sustain the movement and feed the high volatility. So even as yesterday, 2 days ago, optically looked like a bad leverage, degross momentum factor 2.9% on the day, the aforementioned better diversification, breadth, lower concentration of leadership via rebalancing out of previous winners into laggards is now seeing reverse dispersion dynamic that is feeding into still lower correlation, which is a meaningful part of the index vol bleeding out again to, despite the Oracle spooky story. Taking a step back into the macro outlook, the just mentioned repricing of cross asset. Yeah, that's right. Get up there and slap that thing. Slap it like a bad, bad baby up there. You go, whoosh, there you go. What tech? And then taking a step back in the macro outlook, the just mentioned repricing of cross asset markets for better than anticipated economic growth and inflation outlook for 2026. In turn, coinciding with the recent front end rates repricing for a shallower CB cut cycle than previously expected, as well as even some footprints of pricing for hikes in some pockets of G10, seems like an overshoot to me as well. We have seen vol sellers stepping in, paying high stakes to fade some of this shorter expiry hawkish reflation stuff, and an opportunity to pick up deeper 26 cutting cycle than anticipated type trades due to the lower inflation and ongoing weakening in labor markets despite Goldilocks type growth. Goldilocks type growth. Over there and slap it again. Which in turn should also benefit buyers of now well discounted secular growers. Equities again too, which don't need hot cycles to grow earnings profits. We don't need a hot cycle because what? We got cheaper money. And noteworthy, we have a bottom in TMT earnings in Q4. In Q1, Q2, Q3, earnings are expected in tech to start to rise. We have to price those in. We got to price them in. You know, I want to tell you something out there. Do you know how you come to me and ask me, hey, Cap, what is this stonk X going to do in January or in the next earnings cycle? Guess who's already picking those stocks up or considering it? The people that are going to ride that wave, right? Right now, they're buying for earnings season. And guess who they are? When your favorite stock gets hammered on ER day or a week before ER day, and you're like, oh man, I just lost all this money. Guess what? There is a trader on the other end of that trade right now buying those lows, and they're going to unload on you. They're going to price in earnings for Q1 before we ever get there. They're going to hedge atop. A wave's going to come over your head. And then you're going to be arguing and discussing, is earnings season going to be good cap? In a day or two it starts. It started months ago. Where we are right now. The blessing and the curse in the USD rate vol side of things is that the above speaks to a continued range trade. Compression where this tug of war has just bled the vol out of the market. But at the same time showing that range compression is so historically low that we may have nowhere to go but up. Wider rates to range, wider distribution of outcomes, higher volatility, and V-vol. We have nowhere to go but up. We have to price in cheapening money. We have to price in higher inflation. We have to price in loosey-goosey Fed, money fucking being injected in the system. We have to look forward to higher expectations for earnings in Q1. You stand here and you're looking into January and Q1 earnings, which is Q4 earnings for Q1, Q2, or excuse me, Q4 for Q1, but Q1 earnings season in January, February, they're going to price it all in now. They're going to front run it. And you don't want to be that guy standing over there asking if it's going to squeeze into their ER. You want to be the guy that's stepping off and selling those fat ass calls to the, I didn't jump on the train. I was too scared. How much are you long right now into the ER? $100,000, boss. And wait a minute, you were too scared to pick that shit up to sell to some other person in February or March? You were too scared back then, but now you're not scared one day before earnings. So even Miguel got talking about the idea that we're going to go higher. The only way to go is up right now in the January effect, in earnings in January. And we wrapped up most of this volatility at this point, haven't we? You understand where I'm coming from here? If you're afraid right now, I don't know what the fuck to say to you in January. And I got to say something else. If things do turn sour, let's say in January 1, and you're here on January 9th or December 19th, you've got a buffer. You'll have a chance to step off if you need to. Don't want you to consider that. Understand? So you're not the last guy on the train, the bag holder. Not financial advice. But think about this. You guys don't trust me? I'm reading to you something that mimics what I've been telling you. This is one of the most respected traders out there. His name's Charlie McGilligot. He's telling you yesterday what I've been telling you for weeks. And some of these things, at least a month or two. At least into the end of October. The dispersion trade started on October 31st. We stepped off the market at Halloween. And I said, we'll come back to it. We'll check each level. We came back the first week, and we didn't get a dip to buy, so it went down again. We checked back the next week. There was no dip to buy. Went down again. Check the next week, right? This is in November. And it went down again. We didn't buy those dips. We tried twice, right? Made some money. And then one day, remember that one day in November where I said, cut your longs. They trapped us in. We're going down again. We went down some more. Then we got long in the bottom, right? Or near bottom. Either bottom or near for some of us. Took that ride up and everybody got on board again. Everybody was waiting for that October trade. We rode it up and all of a sudden everybody's on the wrong side of the bus. We said, fuck, we got to get out. Right around 85, maybe 90. And we did, didn't we? We got off that trade. And then time started passing, right? We got on this mid-December period. And it's like, oh, fuck, we got to wait for the volatility of December. Claps down in indexes, right? In the indexes fucking around, looking for a print in the spring. And now you've got some dispersion going on in single tickers. So now we're looking ahead to the January effect, and we're also looking ahead to earnings season in January. And we are at the top of the key on velocity. We've burned a little bit of that off, and he's correct in that. But we also know that there's probably going to be a major correction coming soon. Where would we look for that? In the seasonality of it. Jan OPEX, Feb OPEX. Start topping that shit out. Get a nice little fat correction in the spring. It's just like the holiday trade. It's bread and butter, baby. Everyone looks forward to that, right? You got a bear that doesn't look forward to the holiday rally? Well, I bet you they're fucking looking forward towards the fucking the spring pullback, right? Late winter pullback, right? They'll have no problem with that being regular. So this is your chance. This is your time to go up. Their time to sell is then. And you don't want to be the late buyer in that. You don't want to be out here hanging around on January 18th trying to fucking spin me a story as to why we're going up into March. Even if we do. Because you didn't take the trade in December. We're already long from December. I don't need to fucking chase you up there. I can leave some runners on. I can buy some cheap 0 dates or weeklies to chase that up there, but I'm taking my money and running. And your basis in that trade is going to be different than us in this trade now. Does that make sense? So you're trying to get long late Jan, February, it fails, and you blow up, and you didn't take the trade in December. That's a different basis, right? So I want you to consider that as we move forward here, too. Man, I should be the fucking whip of Bulltown. We should have a Congress, Bears and Bulls, and I want to play the whip. If you go back to the December 19th show that we don't ever delete our shows, do we? Go back there and watch that show at like 10 to 12 p.m. Cap just beat the fuck out of the Bulls that day. Beat them like a bad habit. And now we're in January and February. Matter of fact, set yourself an alarm on that. Set yourself a Google alert and say, on January 18th or whatever it's going to be, the 21st, I haven't looked at it yet, but set an alarm. Set an alarm for the first week of financials, earnings. So go back and listen to the rant that Cap went on December 19th. And Cap said last night I typed out last night, we're going to go up tomorrow. I mean, not even tomorrow. I said, you're going to go up right now. Probably for about 24 hours. I said that in the chat last night. You could have gotten long in futures last night and you'd be rich right now. Correct or incorrect? Correct. And I said, they're done, right? Start getting long. If you weren't getting long in futures last night, you get long in the open this morning. And we're up here trading 680.79 at the moment on SPY. So McGilligot on the same train as we are. Good to see. I will get that white paper in full with all of its data to you in the Discord. I will take a break at some point this morning and post that for those of you that want it. So you can see the data associated with what I read to you. I like McGilligot, man. I do. I like that man. That man is like, I like that guy a lot too. He's grown on me year over year to a point where I really, really like that guy. I like Rubner. I think Rubner's a fucking baller. Pravorsky, he's a fucking baller right now. He's hot as fuck. Rubner's hot as fuck. Charles McGilligot, I like him a lot right now. I like Larry Williams right now, even though I disagree with him. And not for the wrong reasons either. I don't disagree with his thesis at all. But I still like Larry Williams. And who else do I like right now? I love fucking Wolf Richter right now. If you're watching the show right now, you should pay attention to all those fucking guys out there. Those guys are all hot right now. They've been hot for a couple of years now. Very good at what they're doing. Even though I hate Citadel, those guys have been banging it out of the fucking park. I don't know if they'll be the same way next year, but and Tom Lee, I like him as well. And I also like forget his name. Whoever the partner is, the other big Wall Street guy that dresses flashy. I like him too. They've been doing very well. But those guys they'll probably get cycled out once we go to a bear market. So, at any rate, think about this when we get into January, February. And think about even if there's a moment where you come into the market between here and there where you get a big red bar down, you're not going to get caught in that even if you're long from this far back, right? Big red bar come down, you'd be like, oh, fuck, I lost a little bit of profit. My shit's not on fire, though. And then Mikey B's out there going, I just got long for the first time, bro, and I just got eaten alive on that big red bar. I just blew up my account. Did you get long in December? No, dude. I was scared shitless. I was doing what? I was believing the fucking narrative. And the narrative is poor. And McGilligot mentions that. The narrative is poor. It's as poor as it's been. The narrative has been fucked up. It's fucking bizarre. It's got to be AI. It's got to be like reporters relying upon Twitter with AI and Zeitgeist. Never in history have we had a consumer sentiment be so inaccurate. Never. We've had it in history be different than the hard data, but it has proven the hard data wrong. I should clarify this. That never in history has the consumer data been so wrong against the hard data. And what that's showing is that you and I are fighting with each other. You and I are being turned on each other. You and I are being told lies. All of us. And it's rampant. It's fucking everywhere. And it's so unusual. You know, in 2008, no, I can't remember if it was 2008 or 2001, but the consumer data was against the hard data. And the most recent, I think it was in November or December of last year Fed meeting, journalists kept hammering on Jerome Powell, saying, why does the consumer data not mirror the hard data? And they didn't answer that. But you can look into that data itself and see, and have seen back then, that it was split amongst party. So before the election, there was a really negative consumer sentiment from Democrats. Republicans. And then post-election, it shifted to Democrats. And it was amplified and amplified and amplified. And this is the first time in history where you can't trust that consumer data. And this year proves it. So I feel bad for all of us. We don't have an easy way to navigate through the narrative. And we're losing ourselves in remembering the things that really do matter. First, number one, be able to find out the data that matters. And number two, forgetting the systematic approach to the market. And that's important. It's common to take profit on your winners. It's common to collapse down into indexes. It's common to have volatility in December. Those are all common things. So I appreciate Charlie McGilligan. If any of you guys ever know him out there, for his insightful commentary in this end of year newsletter from him, because that is pretty much what I've been saying to you. And I appreciate him doing that. I really fucking do, because I feel like I'm a crazy person sometimes, and you feel like you're all alone. It's this whole year, I think, has been reminds me of a time I went to Jedi Marcus, and we were at the bottom of the market in 2022. It was October 8th, and I didn't freak out, but I went on Twitter and I was like, I feel like I'm going fucking crazy. This is the bottom of the market, next day or two. I was like, I'm all alone. There's a cacophony of this and that and all these other things. And at that moment, I felt like I was the only man in the world with where I was in the market. And Jedi Marcus reached out to me. He's like, you got to read this book. He's like, have you ever read this book? I'm like, no. He's like, you got to read this book. He's like, and you're not alone. And he set me straight. He was the voice of reason in a sea of bullshit. No, it wasn't a sea of bullshit. It was a sea of FOMO. It was a sea of major lows and no one seeing the turn. And there's a lot of FOMO and we're gonna crash even lower. And I haven't been short all year, and now this is my time. And it was a huge cacophony in early October of 2022, and he was the only voice of reason there, whispering in my ear, saying, "You are right. I'm with you on this, and I want you to read this book." And so I read the book, and I was like, "Oh fuck, I'm not the only person that's gone through this." And the book set me straight. There's gonna be a lot of times as a market participant where you have to fight to dig into or away from the narrative and remember how the markets trade, and also to dig through the bullshit and try to find the truth, try to find the actual fucking data, go a little bit goddamn deeper. And we're all slipping into this time where we just take everything as fact, and we're taking it as fact from trusted sources, which is even more wrong. Fake AI reporters, that's so crazy. We're all being surveilled. We're being watched everywhere, even in the markets, being watched everywhere. Everything we say, everything we do, everything we feel, we're being manipulated in our sentiment. So I want you to be aware of that as we move forward into next year. How much worse does it get? Squeezing higher now once again up to 680.79. Keep your eye on this down here. Watch this down here. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so you can see it. Intraday resistance over here, SPX Gamma. Grinding higher, trying to push higher right now. Watch that big line right there. Got the little intraday stuff over here. And grinding higher, a little grindy here, a little grindy. Going higher. Big old white line going up there. You can see it right there. And that's all I've got for you. It's now 12:40 in the afternoon. I've been on a rant all morning long. I hope this has filled your day. I'm going to take a quick break here. Just a quick 10, 15-minute break. I'm going to go to the bathroom and whatever I need to do, drink some water. I still have not drank my water. Haven't drank my coffee yet this morning. End of the year rants, or end of rant going into Christmas. I appreciate you all showing up here today. I hope you're able to get into a spread early this morning. If you get a check back at any point in a half hour, an hourly trigger, try to get on the bus with us, so we can grind higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Try to put some time on it. March, February, January. Put some time on it. Ride the gravy train up. Enjoy your holiday rally. And I'll be right back. And I'll put the news squawker on. And I love you all out there. News squawker.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be making an announcement on pharmaceuticals prices. We've got a live video on the calendar. We'll get it on the feed momentarily.
Target above 681.18. Also note that Trump's coming on at 1 p.m. Note to you that Trump is coming on at 1 p.m. We will have a play-by-play with the news squawker. Our two targets, 681.18 up here. I did post the link to the presser in the Discord if you'd like to link to it.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Trump due to be making an announcement on drugs and pharmaceuticals prices. Live videos on the feed for those interested. Shortly expecting the announcement from Trump, who's due to be speaking on drugs prices. Also, keep in mind at the top of the hour, see the weekly Baker Hughes rig counts. Total rigs a prior of 548, oil rigs a prior of 414. So, shortly expecting announcements from Trump and Baker Hughes numbers at the top.
Baker Hughes total recount 542, 542. Oil rig count 406, 406.
And just a note here, if you're looking down below, you can see we have our first high right here. Do you see it? So you got a tick, you got the push up right here, push up, looking for a second high right here. We have a first, second, and then a big push coming up here. So look, watch out for a squeeze up here. I'll leave it right here. If you look at this on a 30-minute basis, check the 1 hour really quick. So we got the first tick, second tick right now. Just watch this really quick. I don't know. Maybe I should look on. I saw the streamer at the White House. Maybe it's on Reddit or something. I don't see anything here on Reddit. I don't see it on the front page. I get so out of the fucking loop with shit. Like during the course of a day, there's so much like shit that comes out that I can't. What is this White House thing up here? I'm trying to get through the Discord right now. Mystery video stream appears on White House website. Mystery video stream appears on White House website. Mystery YouTube creators finance live stream appears on White House website. Holy shit. You think the Secret Service is coming for him or what? Hold on here. Give me one quick second here. I'm gonna bring my camera down, I think, so I can like look up or something. I don't think I look good with the camera down so much. The live stream of a YouTube content creator talking about investments mysteriously appeared to take over a White House website, raising questions whether the site was hacked. The live stream appeared for at least 8 minutes late Thursday on whitehouse.gov live, where the White House usually streams video of president speaking. It's unclear if this guy's getting a visit. It's unclear if the website was breached or the video was linked accidentally. Imagine being out there being like, blah, 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 and you get a knock on the door and it's like Secret Service. I bet that guy is shitting his pants. It says the video that appeared in the government website features some of more than a 2-hour live stream from Matt Farley, who posts at Real Matt
According
Money
to sources,
as he
AI
answered
chip
financial
firm
questions.
Cerebus is set to file for US
Fairly sent an
IPO
email
after
to
delay.
Associated Press.
Abu Dhabi-based G42 is no longer listed as an investor in Cerebus IPO filing.
Hold on, let me mute this. Oh, nope, wrong one. Wrong. I don't need to relabel this stuff. Dude, what am I doing here? Farley said, if I had known my stream was going to go super public like that, I would be dressed a bit nicer. It had a few more pointed topics. It likely wouldn't have been about personal finance, Farley wrote. President Donald Trump's admin and campaign have had a series of digital security breaches and challenges over the last year. In May, government officials began investigating a perceived text and phone calls from impersonating Susie Wiles. It makes you wonder if Trump was watching this guy. This is hilarious. Hold on, I gotta see if there's anything about this on maybe Reddit. Hold on. Maybe somebody knows more. I don't see anything there. I don't see anything else about it. Maybe it was on maybe it's making the rounds on Twitter. Look at Spy, just fucking big green giant Hulk pee-pee. Dude, SLDE coming back in for the win again. SLDE was pumping today too.
So
Iren
G42,
turning
which
around.
has both been an
Iren
investor
turning
and
around.
one of Cerberus's largest customers, drew increased scrutiny from US authorities amid concerns that Middle Eastern companies could provide China access to advanced American AI tech. This is just a bit of context as to what's been happening with G42 and Cerberus in the past. So the company, Cerberus, raised over $1 billion and it was valued at $8 billion. So they're targeting
SGD
a
went to
second
60
quarter
cents.
2026
Woo!
listing.
I didn't even see that. I went to sleep last night. I missed all that last night. I tried to go to bed at midnight or 1 or 2 in the morning. Then I fucking just like my brain was going all night long. Just taking a look around at my shitcodes and stuff. Yeah, they're selling TGT2 off $101. I'm going to stay long that stock. I'm not selling it. Not until springtime. I'm going to stay long. I got really scared the other day. I was going to get out when it was at 97.11. I was going to get out. I'm not going to get out. I'm just going to stay long it into January. I don't mind owning that stock for a long time. I'm fine with that. Well, Tesla getting shanked on 496 makes sense. I don't know why you'd think you'd break above $500. Is there anyone else? Why are you guys freaking out about Tesla? There's absolutely no way in no way in hell, or no, I shouldn't say either of those things. I know we have religious people that watch the show. I don't want to say those things. Trying to clean up my act here. There's no way in hell you're trading past 500, just blasting past it. Maybe, but I don't think so. You're going to have to, on Tesla, you're going to have to, this is your consolidation zone right here. This makes sense to me. It will go above, but not in your first attempt. You're not just going to slam into $500. Not going to happen. That makes sense. You're going to need help on Tesla to break above it. Not only that, when you get above 500, you need to do the consolidation thing to trade 525. So it's just a major. It's an easy, like, this is Tesla. It's an easy sell. Everyone should know that. I'm surprised you got to 496. To be honest with you, I'm surprised you didn't get nailed earlier. So this isn't too bad for Tesla. I saw Tesla people posting about Tesla in here. It should break above and over, but it's easy to know you're going to get sold into. If you ever come into 500 in any stock, you can come find me and I'll let you know to get the fuck out and let it consolidate. That's fairly easy. No brainer on that one. So I don't see any doom on Tesla. But when I was at 97 on Target, I was like, should I get out here? I had to ask myself that question. And now that I'm thinking about Target with Tesla, I'm like, I had to tell myself, can you live with a rejection and spending some time underneath $100, which I can. But if you're like trying to trade 500 or 100 on Target, I would not recommend it. It's all FOMO there. So, if you instituted the trade lower on Tesla, then you don't care. For new trades on Tesla, it's got to be above $500. Or where is support? Where are the buyers at? Trying to take a look around here, so if there's anything else I can see here, but VIX getting shanked right now. Just a note to you that VIX picked up some volatility at 1498 last time. There's a lot of supply involved right now. We're not done going up right now, just so you note. Or just a note to you, we're not done going up.
Surely expecting Federal Reverse repo operation data.
Hold on, I think the delivery guys are coming with my monitors for the new office. Hold on here, guys.
12 counterparties take $3.047 billion of Federal Reserve reappropriation.
Ooh, baby, they delivered my packages. Sorry about that. Yep. One. Yeah, I'm not a Head and Shoulders guy either. Spicy. I'm not a fan of Head and Shoulders. I like Cup and Handles, but not Head and Shoulders. I'm not seeing much on the Trump stream. No commentary from. I could play it here in the background. Just read the. I could read the. Let me see if I can read the closed captions on it. Without playing it on the show. I know it's divisive for a lot of us. Some people like watching. I'll be honest with you. I like watching it. It doesn't bother me, but I know it bothers a lot of people, and it also makes pro-Trump people angry at me and other traitors and stuff. So it's just extremely diversive. Hold on here. I mute that. Turn that off. Oh, it's still not on yet. It's not even on. It's he's late. He's probably in the golden toilet right now watching his calls moon. That's what he's doing. He's on his Robinhood app right now. He's like, I gotta wait until we get to 68.50, and then I'll be out. Just hold him off right now. I've got my whole thesis out at this point. Buy the open this morning with call spreads, buy back tests on rules. That's it. That's all I got for you. The only thing I have to say to you at this point till the end of the year is get long, and at the end of the year, January, February, March, close your laptop, right? And then we're going to come back on days where we can melt up, and we're going to trade them with 0 dates. You got 1 day today. You got another. I'll give you the exact dates. Write this down, okay? You got 1 day today for melt up. The weekend, we can melt over the weekend. And then you've got more than likely a ramp on the 23rd, possibly the 24th, but I doubt it. I think it's going to be the 23rd big ramp. You're going to then come back for another ramp on the weekend of the 27th, 8th, so that Friday through the weekend. And then on the 29th, maybe the 30th, the 30th, 31st, you'll get another ramp up. So if you want like dates for 0 dates up, those are the dates. Otherwise, you're buying call spreads, close your laptop into January or February, and just make free fucking money. It's fairly fucking easy here than overthinking things. And you're buying back tests on any down days. You could see a down day on for a pullback buy. Maybe on the 22nd, you buy another dip. And then maybe on the 29th, you can buy another dip. You get another dip, potential to buy another dip then. They will use the weekends, the holidays to ramp the end of the day and the following. They'll murder theta as they get priced there. I'm going to say it one more time to you. Just buy a fucking call. I wouldn't do it right now at this moment. But whatever this pullback is off this, I'd get in on one, and I would just close your fucking laptop and don't look at it. It's free money. There's no reason to complicate your life in this. Absolutely none. We've had down days now. We've had 5 down sessions. 5 down sessions. We've had a weekend in there, so that's like 7 days to get long. So either the close yesterday or the open this morning is the time to get long. If you didn't get long, wait for a pullback on one of these Mondays, and hopefully you can get a another buy in. But I'll tell you what, like when we get into like January, February, March, you don't want to be the guy like I chased it and didn't get an entry, or scared, or I didn't do that. So make sure you're doing that if you can. Does that make sense? No, yesterday showed that too. I showed that same chart yesterday. That chart was, if you go back to our broadcast yesterday at 4 p.m., I showed that, I gave you that same expectation, that you might get one more down day. And I also said in that stream yesterday that it doesn't matter what it is because it's coming back. It's all coming back. So like if you catch the low in the overnight, let's say we get some blood. Let's say we get a surprise 1 basis point cut. Thank you very much. 1 basis point cut, then it would still come back. You know what I mean? So it's just we're scraping dollars here. We're like trying to the tick get along to go higher. The bottom was last night, and the open this morning should get long. So any chance that you get, try to get long, even if it goes down. Like let's even get long right now for January, and it blasts down for like a day or two. Don't worry about it. It's going to come right back and turn green again. In my view, it is. Or at least. I think Miguel got here makes that same poignant statement. Pravorsky said the same thing 2 days ago. I posted that in the Discord. Rubner said the same thing as well. It's like Rubner, Pravorsky, Miguel Agad are all on this trade right now. You guys know what I'm saying here? Like, you're going to get left behind. Don't do it. Like, I'm warning you. I've said this a million times at this point. Like, you don't want to, like you start doing 0 dates, you get cut up, and then the price just keeps going up, melts up over a weekend. Before you know it, you put together like 5-10 bad trades, and you're like, what the fuck is this? It's all the way up here, and I'm broke. Make your life easy for the holidays. And I want to tell you something else for that reason, too. We're going to spend the next of these, not this stream today, but we're going to spend our streams coming up here, like from now into the end of the year. We're going to be spending a lot of time looking at some important information. We're going to be doing a private stream on Sunday. We're going to be talking about what to expect next year. We're going to be talking about what to look for if the market begins to roll. We're going to be looking at issues that should come up next year, some macro stuff that kind of matters next year we want to watch out for. We have a lot of other stuff we have to do. As a group, we have a lot of stuff to do between now and Jan 5th. We have to talk about hedging for next year. We have to talk about January effect. We have to talk about earnings season. We have so much to talk about that. The easy trade, likely for most of you, is you get a pull back to that half-hour hourly trigger, put on a call spread, close the fucking laptop, and then watch the show and have things, have things you want to think about. Like, I want you guys, not everybody does this. Like a guy like David AMS doesn't do this. He trades 10-second charts. You got some guys that trade whole year. Some guys trade 6 months. They still want to have an idea of what's going on. This is the time to do it. If there's a time of the year for us to be talking about what to expect or what could happen in what could be negative or positive for next year, this is the only time to do it. So I want you to think about that, because what happens is everyone else is doing something else and you're doing your own thing, and you're alone doing it in a low liquidity environment. I'm not saying you particularly, but this is to everybody that's watching right now. Truly try to stay with the market, because if you get left behind, it's gonna suck. I've been left behind. I'm like plotting and planning, and I'm like fucking doing all this stuff, and maybe this will happen and that'll happen. You just try to buy a dip, man. Chill out. It's end of the year. It's a big part of this time of the year. So I would ask you to do that. Because I used to not do that. I used to be like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and all this other stuff, and it never happened. And I'd be like chasing, and then we'd get sent sideways, and then there'd be a downstroke. Then we'd grind sideways, and then eventually we'd rip higher, and I'd be like, "Ah, fuck, I missed all this, and I missed all that. I'm getting eaten alive in this." Melt ups suck to trade. They're brutal. You're gonna hear voices come out that caught each squeeze. And they're like, "Woo, I did 0 dates all day long and made all this money." That guy disappears. There'll be another guy tomorrow. So for most people, most traders, you just set it and forget it. Don't look at it. Truly, just don't look at it. You'll be a very happy investor and trader, I promise. Extremely. You'll come back and thank me. You'll be like, "Thank you, Captain, for telling me to do that. It's been a couple months, and I really appreciate you." I promise you that too. If something goes wrong, you can get out and not get banged up. So that's the top line of that stuff. I got him on right now. I don't have him talking right now. My wife just delivered some lunch to me. I'm gonna take a quick break and eat. When I took that quick break, I thought I had some lunch, but I didn't. So I'm gonna quickly eat some lunch here in the background. Just give me a few minutes here, okay, guys? Happy holidays, by the way. If Trump comes on, I'll try to read the teleprompter to see if it's anything market specific. He's in there trying to trade this 685 or 6850 and SPX guaranteed. He used to do this shit back in the day. Be in the bathroom on the throne on his golden phone, trading Robinhood options and shit. And I'll be right back with you guys. Yeah, 6 p.m. this Sunday. So this Sunday, you're going to get released an outlook for next year, right? And then we're going to discuss that outlook on Sunday. We're going to look at all the favorites, like all the TMT, all the Fangman, some alternate trades, some stuff that's been beaten down. And we're going to look at like the whole stock market as a whole together and explain what to expect next year and have a plan. And if this, then that. If that, then this. Just have awareness, no matter what you're trading for time frames, so that we can look for places to hedge. We can look for places for opportunities into next year that might not be realized at this point in the game. So just a little bit of awareness. And that should be the topic of conversation over this next week or two for all of us. And what else? For all of us, and instead of just doing the day trading thing, this week and next week should not be like focused on day trading. A little bit. We got some right here. Here, I'll just go back to this right here. Here, hold on here. Are we running this right now? I think I had the same line here from open this morning, all the way up, right? I had a big fat line on here at 9 a.m. What have we done all day long? Grind higher. So right there's the trade. I changed this, but it was the same line. They had this big line going up right here. It's just up show only. It's very common. This is a very common like thing to have happen. I'm not showing you anything that's original. We're on cruise control right now. We're fucking window dressing right now. So get on the train with us, please. I beg you. Now, if you're not on this train, you're just looking for a pullback. Just remember your rules. Pull back to the hour or the hour, half an hour trigger, and we'll try to jump on that same train together, okay? I'll let you know if we go back down there. You want to take a trade together? We can do that. We can totally do that if you want. All right, I got to eat. Hold on. Give me like 5 minutes here. I'm going to stuff some food in my face. I'm starving. Just a note, VIX fuckery inbound right now, 1:30 in the afternoon. Watch out for some weakness in SPOOs. Tend to get weakness between 1:30 and 2. 1:30 and 2:30. Watch this closely here. Starving. You not see that? Hey man, what's going on with the hell's going on with the book map? Yeah, watch this right here, okay? A little red bar down there. Look at that book map on the screen right there. I get these burgers from this bar. Oh my God, they're handmade. They're so good. We're looking at like 679, 680. A lot of blood down here. 677. Still not seeing Trump speaking yet. Thank you for lunch, Sharon. I really needed the fuel. I didn't sleep last night. Thank you. That one right there. It's a little bit higher. I'm going to take that away. I don't want people to think that's only going there. It's not. It could blast down here. Let me just look at something really quick here, guys. $12. Right about there. Excuse me. Right about there. That's the target if there is one. First target right here. We don't need this anymore. Ready to draw this for you? Right into, is that 230? Thank you. Right in there. This is a dotted line because it's only a corrective move. You know what I like is there's There's like this. I forget what the potatoes are called. They're when they're peeled and you fry the. You make like flat circles and you fry each side. Those are good with the duck fat. There's also like a famous chef in New York City that does Korean fried chicken. He fries fried chicken inside of duck fat. It's baller. That one red. Yeah, I had some friends take me out to Korean fried chicken recently. I was so ecstatic because I love that shit. Like I really, really love it. I love Korean barbecue. I like the like I had an argument the other day. I was in an argument where I was being told, well, like new American cuisine should stick to American food, and I'm like, new American cuisine is bastardized food. I was arguing about like contemporary cuisine, new American cuisine, and like a lot of like for like new American cuisine, in my view, relies upon other cultures' food and technique, and I feel like new American cuisine's gotten very lazy. Oh yeah. Mm. You got served bulls. You didn't see that coming. Oh, so much blood. What are you doing? You want some of my sandwich, bro? Here you go. My fat ass. Don't tell mommy. Bad. Mama doesn't like when I feed you. These burgers. That's why you're over here though, right? Being real quiet like. It's Christmas. I'll make you a nice big fat steak tomorrow, next day. I'll put this one back over here real quick. Can we get the second leg? We got one leg right here, 1, 2, 3 right here, but I want to see if we can get 1, 2, 3. I really want to see if it's 1, 2, and 3 though. Cool this bad boy off just a bit. You know what this looks like to me? Like we're gonna park the bus at 680, doesn't it? Into the close here. Does that look like that to you guys at all? I already ate it. I ate the whole thing. I literally ate it as fast as I possibly could. I need the fuel because I haven't slept, so I was gonna go make myself a sandwich and we didn't have anything quick for sandwich, so I asked my wife nicely. I was like, did you ever go to the bar and get me a burger? And she said yes. Oh, bone marrow butter? Oof, that's good shit too. I really like I'm really liking any foreign cuisine right now. I like anything that's not from the U.S. right now. And I'm like, you'll get the adoption of these different cooking techniques and ingredients and new ideas, but I don't see it in a lot of U.S. cities right now, like being adopted from American food. So I've been eating like everywhere, but new. I ate a bunch of new American past 3. I'm not eating it right now. I have stopped eating new American food probably 2 years ago. But for like 3 years, I was eating a lot of new American cuisine. I just got so tired of it. I was eating a lot of food that I ate 20 years ago, to be honest with you. With no inventiveness, no, like just sitting on people's laurels. I get some of it's COVID, but a lot of that food I was eating in the year 2000. A lot of celebrated restaurants. Matter of fact, who just lost a star? Ariel just lost a star in Chicago, and deservedly so. And I like Oriole. Don't get me wrong. Not Oriole. There's Oriole, and then there's is it Ariel? I forget. Anyways, I'm pronouncing them wrong. But they deservedly lost a star. I think of most new American restaurants today, right now in the U.S. and most cities, don't deserve a lot of the acclaim they have right now. Personally. And if I was a cook today, a commis, I would be working for some restaurant that was cooking international cuisine of some kind. I'd spend 10 years doing that right now if it was me. That's what if I was like a young commis, I would not be working in an American restaurant. There's just too much great shit going on and everywhere else. Yeah, I'm starving right. I just wolfed a burger down. I was really hungry. I didn't eat last night, and then I didn't eat this morning, and I didn't sleep last night, and I was hitting a wall. So I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna get any sleep. I'm in the holidays right now too, so I've got all kinds of commitments going on, and I don't have a moment for myself. So I gotta like do as much as I possibly can to like stay focused and get things done. We'll watch this closely here into 2 p.m. Now, what this is looking like to me is a pin. If any of you have traded a lot of OPEXs in December, I'll tell you right now, there's only a couple outcomes for today. Like today would either be there's only a couple. Like when we open today, let's say this was the open, we would have swung down and ripped faces off on like Monday. The other option would be we go vertical and park. So it'd be just like this. The only two options. So just on open this morning, just slamming the buy button and a call spread should be the answer for what's happened this week. No matter where we were, that was the only option on the open this morning. So we could easily pin this into the closing bell here. You might see a little bit of weakness into like the 334, but we're on a 1 minute chart right now. If you were to look at this on an hourly chart, it should pin sideways. So maybe you can catch a nice low in here and get yourself long into next week. A note about next week, too, is we have a short trading week. We don't have the normal trading week that we usually have. And did you guys notice that next year should be fascinating, too, because we have, I think next year Christmas and New Year's falls on a Friday. So there's all kinds of like fuckery with when's OPEX, when's expiration. Hold on here, we got some. I love bone marrow, man. I love all the good food. My doctor just told me I got to stop eating it. First time in my life, my doctor was like, you can't eat food like that anymore. I'm like, what are you talking about? I got to change my eating habits. I've eaten very well in life, and it's kind of sad. I've always appreciated food. I've always appreciated like good food, good drink, and the company of other people. Breaking bread, I used to call it breaking bread with people. I've always found it to be a really good thing to do with people, whether it's oysters or steak or anything like that. Especially when you're hungry and you're being nourished, and the communalness of it. I've always appreciated the power of good, especially good food. Like when you put care into that stuff, when people care about like what you're eating and what you're consuming, and when there's care put into it, and attention to detail, and I don't even care if it's simple food, but like just the care in what you're doing. I think it's a beautiful thing. Even if it's simple. But I love that shit. Always have, always will. I'm reading what you guys are writing about. You want to eat this and eat that, or you're making this, or you like making that. I love food. I think it brings people together. I've lived in other countries and been to a lot of other countries, and I've found that to be a truism no matter what. One time I spent a Christmas once with a Russian family, and it was amazing. He invited me over to the house, and I didn't know it was an all day thing. And I met this Russian guy. I was in New York City, and he was like a janitor type of guy, and I got really close with him. And he immigrated to the United States. He had a big family, and him and his wife, a bunch of kids, and then a bunch of grandkids. The family was huge, and he was kind of like a nobody. But I really liked this guy. He was hilarious. He looked like who's the old time guy with the cigar? I forget his name was, an old actor from like the black and white film era, but he had like a mustache and a cigar. He looked like him, like and he had the googly eyes like Ernie from Bert and Ernie, and he used to make me laugh my ass off. He was like a comedian. This was a long time ago. I was like a young man, and it was like Christmas, and I wasn't going home with my parents. At that time, I was working for a large hotel in New York as my externship for Marriott, the Marquis, and he was like, "You need to come spend the Christmas with the family." And he was Orthodox, I think. And I was thinking it was going to be like a Christmas dinner. Like I'd show up for an hour or two. He was like, "No, you have to come early." And so I went early. I think I showed up at like 10 or 11. He wanted me to come early, and I'm like, maybe like like my grandmother doing Thanksgiving dinner at 1 in the afternoon, 2 in the afternoon, so she can go to bed. And so I showed up to his house, and he had all the china out. He had like tables of food and booze and drink and tea, and I ate and drank and broke bread with him and his family for like 10 hours. And so I was blackout. He got me blackout drunk at his house. It was terrible. I stayed there, slept there the night. They had all these little service stuff and like little plates and bowls and just course after course after course of food, cranking music, singing songs, learn how to speak Russian. It was awesome. I had a good time. And ever since, and I was a younger guy then, so ever since then I learned that how important it is to break bread with people. It really does a good thing. No, not George Burns. This guy was from like the 1930s or 40s. He was like a comedian. He'd like wave his cigar. I want to say Groucho Marx, but I'm not sure. I can look. I'm still not seeing it. Has anybody seen a Trump live announcement still or no? Has anybody seen a Trump live thing? I've got this thing playing in the background. He's not live right now. Is it Groucho? Yeah, Groucho. Let me look him up. Yep. Groucho Marx. He looks just like him and a mixture between him and Ernie. I'm trying to think of his name right now. He's an older guy too, like not quite a father figure, but he knew I was alone for the holidays, and he had a thick ass Russian accent. It was hilarious. He talked to me too about like how he got to the States and the classes of people in Russia. And he was a part of like I think he was a part of like an educated class of people that were became like after like the communist revolution or whatever. They were pretty frowned down upon. And he came here as an immigrant to the U.S. What's going on, Bink? And just a note here that VIX is coming down to a place where we could see some pretty fast downside move here, so be careful. There's a couple more targets below this. Well, we'll deal with this one first. Just a note that we've got an inverse cup and handle on VIX right now. Is that back on again? There he is. All right, so it looks like people are coming in right now. We've got the comments on for it. Watch out for a squeeze on this happening right now. I have us going down another leg, but we could be interrupted briefly by the president. Just be cautious if you're short here. I don't see Carolyn Levitt. I see some familiar faces and some familiar, but I don't know their names. Some of these guys I know their names. Some of these guys I don't. I'm going to assume that all your big like talking heads aren't going to be here. Everyone's going on vacation. So you're going to see like limited, like Trump will hold court, but you're going to see like less and less of figures. You know, you're not going to see like letters from Nomura, Zelmagalagat, or Robner, or Pravorsky. You're not going to see like, you likely won't see Carolyn Levitt. She'll likely be home with her family. Even if it's in DC, you'll see like second, third tier officials. They sent Congress home yesterday without the ACA thing. Did you guys note that? I use ACA. I'm going to get nailed.
US is to allow some transactions related to Petroleus de Venezuela.
But be careful here. We should go down here, but if he comes out
That's
right
US
now,
issuing
and,
Venezuela-related
we could
general
go up
license
for a little bit.
It's according to the US Treasury
We'll close
Department
this
there.
right now. The second leg. If you're trying to get short here, I don't recommend it. I'd say close here. If you get a chance to get out, get out. Trump does love the pump, so he loves like coming to a holiday, stock market's on a high. So I would expect him to be a little bit more on the positive side today. Wants to take credit, that kind of stuff. I don't think you're going to get angry Trump here. He loves this shit. Like, he loves it. Watch to see if we get above the red bar. Nope, don't even need to anymore. That's gone. Be very careful of a squeeze here. If we can get above this one, it'll go even higher. It's like he almost planned this right now. All right. It's about to roll over. I want you all out there and for the presser now. Yeah, I pay ACA, or I pay for private insurance. So I'm assuming that. I haven't talked to my wife about it yet, but she's mentioned it to me a few times. She's said that our insurance is going through the roof. I haven't paid much attention to it, but she does deal with that stuff. So I'm assuming that I'm going to get the conversation from my wife here shortly. When I got insurance for 4 people, 4, it is expensive as fuck. It takes a big chunk. Be a small tick right in here. Right in there. So you can see it. Doing a quick 5-minute trade. It's a nice one here. Move this over just so you can see it. And it also looks like we want to pin 680 to
Heads up, the
680
video
for the
for
close
Trump to
today.
make his announcement on drugs. That video has started.
Presser is on. News Squawker is on. Trump still has not arrived in the building yet. Just a note, AMC, a couple things here, guys. GSK, Sanofi, Genentech, Bristol Myers Squibb, AMC Theater, maybe. It looks like AMC. Maybe it's Amagen, but I'm not sure. It almost looks like AMC's. There are some companies. If you look at, I would, if you have a chance, get on YouTube and start looking at different
Russia allows defense
video
ministry
camera
to end
feeds.
some military pacts.
They might be showing these companies, pre-showing these companies. Amgen. That's what it is. Not Amogen, it's Amgen. That AM is not AMC, it's Amgen. If you look on if you're at home, look at the live stream. He's giving you the companies that he's going to pump today. You can see it. Amgen parked right now. Above it's 1 and 5 minute trigger. And it's sitting on a Golden Dragon, I think it's called. You can go look at Amgen on a 1 minute trigger. Sitting on it's sitting on a like a dragon. It's got the tail over here. It's got the horseshoe legs. It's made its neck already, and it's looking to squeeze higher. Trading 329.39 right now. There's a bunch of other companies you can barely see in the news feed. GSK, Sanofi, Genentech, Bristol Myers Squibb. Bristol Myers Squibb right now looking like it wants to squeeze as well. You can see the whole thing here. Yeah. Trump is going to announce that aliens. Are any of you guys looking forward to that Steven Spielberg film? I think that looks pretty good. It reminds me of like old school ET shit. I hope that he makes a good movie. I would like to get one more like Steven Spielberg film, but have it not be a passion project. Have it be like pure cinema. Like go to the movies, popcorn, summer theater, like that kind of a thing. He's still not out, so we're gonna roll again. A little bit weakness again here. Oh, hold on here. You got to get out there, Trump. You got to give the Trump pump. Like maybe I want it a little bit lower before I buy the dip. I'll just stay in the bathroom a little bit longer.
So Tass says Russia moves cover pacts with Germany, Poland, and others.
No, the IT series, James, I haven't. Is it good? I haven't watched it. I haven't. I've been wanting to find a TV show. I haven't found anything recently. I did watch the Magic Johnson, Larry Bird TV show recently. That was good. I binge watched that. I tried watching the newest season of Stranger Things. I couldn't do it. And then I found out there was more to the series, so I'm like, I'm gonna put it off. It was just too like it was like superhero shit. I couldn't get into it. I've been doing a lot of book reading. I've been doing a lot of Columbia University. I'm doing a lot of there's a professor that I'm watching right now from Columbia that talks a lot about the first and second industrial revolution. So I've been playing that shit in the background constantly. Reading some accompanying books right now. I haven't watched any movies. No movies are turning me on right now. Very, very few films. I've tried to get into a few of the best films picked for this year. They were okay. I actually want to see a. There's something called The Assassin or something. It's supposed to be a Taiwanese movie coming out. I'm really looking forward to that. I'll put that down there. I haven't. I was a little frustrated this year with hobbies and stuff. When it comes, I do like I like movies and I like TV shows, but I haven't. I've been losing touch with it past few years. I think I got bad in 2017. Last good year from film, probably 2016, 2017. It's been a slow break ever since. I'm pretty disappointed in that. There's been good movies, just not the, it's not like back in the day. Like I was a kid that grew up with like every Friday, every Thursday, I think they came out, but you'd have like 4 or 5 killer movies to watch. And those days are just long gone. As a matter of fact, this year in particular, like I ski in the winter and I'll do a little bit of, I take my dogs out for walks and stuff. But this year in particular, I was talking to 2 of my friends trying to find new like winter hobbies. And that was a big discussion amongst my friends too. What do you guys do in the winter to fill your time? Like I go skiing. I'll go to the beach or something too once in the winter. And then this year in particular, I'm feeling it. Like I need a new hobby. And I don't know what to take up. Like just a winter homebody hobby, something for the house. It was that good, huh? I saw Weapons. That was a good movie. I liked Weapons. I'm not saying there aren't good movies. I'm just saying the breadth of movies. I thought Weapons was outstanding. I thought it was a great film. I liked the first film too. I like the whatever the other one was. I thought it was great too. And I'm looking forward to some. There's one with the bride or something that's coming back out, part 2. I refuse to watch the trailer for that one. I don't even want to know. I just want to go watch it. Here's what it's called. I can't stand superhero movies anymore right now. I can't stand the superheroification of movies. You know, some of the things, for everything I hate about the AI taking over, I went in a deep dive the past month looking at all the fan films, like I know that they banned a bunch of trailers yesterday. Some of those banned accounts, I did watch their videos before they were banned. Some like the AI fan films, it was so frustrating to watch them because they weren't doing like the fan film interpretation like fan fiction. So there's like a difference between like a fan film and a fan fiction film. Fan fiction is like when they make up stories to fit this author's timeline or authors what this one person likes. Then there's like these new fan trailers and clips being made by AI that are in service to the original property and not veering away from the original property. That like when they removed those channels, that's the thing that got my ass, was how infuriating it is to know that like the movie you always wanted to see was never made. And I've seen a few of those. Like G.I. Joe, I went down the G.I. Joe rabbit hole. I went through a Star Wars rabbit hole before they started banning all these AI people. I think that happened this week. Red Letter Media did a massive expose on it, 2 of them. I posted them in the Discord, and then like the next day, YouTube banned a bunch of those channels. And I am in total agreement with that. Not only that, it looks so bad for Hollywood, because I was able to watch, like, as an example, I was watching like the look of these Star Wars like short films that are in service to the actual IP. And I was like, fuck, man, if we could just have that movie. I was like, oh, fuck, if we could have that movie. Oh, shit, if we could have that movie. You guys ever notice that? Like, producers, it's all about money, right? It's all about making money. So you're trying to appease so many people around the world. And you don't trust your audience. Like, trusting your audience is a big thing, in my view. To trust your audience, to follow along, to trust it, and all that kind of stuff. Who was it? Darth Sidious, maybe? I forget his name. Not Sidious. Shit. He's General Grievous. Is General Grievous? No, fuck. I don't even know who it was. But anyways, they were like, this is the story of him going to the dark side. And I was like, this is amazing. I could watch that in a minute. Instead, we get like the cute little baby Yoda. I'm just like, I was watching some of those AI films and TV shows. I was watching the TV shows. Oh, I watched the Jetsons one. That was like a reimagination of a Jetsons, an old school cartoon, the Jetsons, mixed with horror. It was great. I was like, this is amazing. Why can't we make this movie or this TV show? It's because the people getting how do I explain this better? I was on our trailers the other day, and I was watching a trailer
From
for a
the
French
US
film.
official here, companies will get relief from US tariffs in exchange. So companies agree to sell all future drugs at most favored nation prices. Companies commit to $150 billion in new investment in manufacturing and R&D.
I'll go try to find this film. What was it
Trump
called?
is to announce deals with 9 pharmaceutical companies to reduce drug prices, according to senior administration official. Trump is now currently taking the stand at the moment and speaking. So They also add that portion of revenues from foreign sales will be remitted to US to offset costs for Americans.
I'll show you a
And
trailer,
14 of
guys. Hold on.
17 leading drug manufacturers now part of Trump administration's Most Favored Nation initiative.
So Trump is speaking right now.
So deals are with Amgen, Bristol Myers Squibb, Roche, Gilead, GSK, Merck, Novartis, Sanofi, and Boehringer.
Just talking about how Americans go to other countries for drugs because they're cheaper in other countries. Is pumping all these stocks right now. Just a note here, I told you about BMY earlier, Bristol Myers Squibb. They fucking just squeezed balls off. Amgen squeezed balls off too. That was a nice little pump on that little message board in the side of the Trump presser. Nice little Christmas present for you out there. I'll never say that Trump doesn't like the stock market. The guy is very aware of the stock market. It's like a whole other voting block for him.
Trump says the only reason unemployment went up is because we're reducing government workforce. As a reminder, Trump did say the untruth earlier on at about 11:43. Trump adds the government workforce will continue to be reduced.
Yeah, I heard about that with the Trump Gold Card. I heard all about that. They didn't issue a single one of them. And then you remember the 1776 payment? So every year we look at, or every year the Congress looks at the cost of living for something called BHA. It's basic housing assistance. You give it to military members. So it'll increase your housing allowance for inflation. And the payment for the 1776
Trump says 4.5% unemployment rate is an amazing number.
That was that cost of living adjustment. So there was no actual bonus. It was already voted and passed upon. It happens every year. I just kept thinking to myself, was like, I was in the military, like, you just get fucked. Fucking, no matter what, you're getting fucked. I can't even imagine if you were a soldier and then you figured out that it was your BHA. So talk about soul crushing. You were already getting that payment. So bad. That's what I was thinking. Like some guy's got like his passes on like a Thursday, Friday or something, or whatever day that happened. So he's like, he finds out he's got 7 extra bonus for almost $2,000, and he like hits the town party, spends all his money, and then he finds out it's a part of his BAH. I'd be so fucking pissed. Oh man. Oh yeah, dude, they spent that money. That money was gone. The moment that announcement made, Booker and I were talking about like the moment that announcement was made. It wasn't even a bonus. Yeah, you get 1 month to sub to the Jelly of the Month Club. Fuck. Where's my Doge check? Where's my tariff check, by the way? I want my Doge check, my tariff check. Am I getting that stuff or not? Can somebody get Elon on the phone and ask him where my Doge check is? Fuck. It's in the mail? You okay? It's like my FedEx packages from yesterday. We tried to deliver, bro. You were at home. Fuck you. I was just standing at the door. No, you weren't there. Dude, I watched you fake ring my doorbell and then turn around and leave. Take 2 pictures and leave. Still want to see this one tick up here. Still on this one right here.
Trump says tariff threat forced pharma companies to reach a deal.
I mean, where's my Doge check? I'm being serious with that. Like, where is it? Somebody better have an answer for me. I'm not getting any answers. I'd like to speak to a supervisor. No, I don't want to hear sorry. I want to just speak to a supervisor. I want to escalate this to the man in charge of it. No Doge check because they really didn't save us any money, but I thought they were gonna. What happened to like the billions of dollars of theft and fraud and all these savings? What about all of the people that were dead on Social Security? What happened to all that? I want my fucking check. I was told there'd be cake. Yeah, the Warrior check is not coming. So I was in the military. We had BHA, okay? We had off-base housing, on-base housing, and basically it's your basic housing allowance. And every year, if there's like every time Congress votes on it, if there's like a cost of inflation, cost of living, that kind of stuff. So the prior Congress have voted on this. It was already approved as a payment for that offsetting that inflation, and what I read was that Trump couldn't get that money for the check without an act of Congress. So what they did was they looked at the money that was pre-approved in the last spending bill for that cost of living increase, and they just took the money from it and relabeled it as a bonus. I'm serious. So if you pay rent anywhere, you're not getting your cost of living adjustment.
Trump says all pharma companies have agreed.
Yeah, I don't like when they do that to you know what? I hear a lot of hyperbole too about soldiers and Navy and Air Force and Marines. They'll be like, they'll have people say like they're monsters. That is not the truth. I've heard an argument that it's turning into that because of gun tubers and stuff, creating like the false, like almost like an advertisement for the army and shit. Something that the kids and the bros and the people can relate to. Like a lot of that gun tuber shit is probably funded by the U.S. military. I'll be honest with you. That's probably funded, sponsored in the background by the U.S. military because it's a way to get in touch with kids. Excuse me. And it pushes this fake narrative about being a soldier or whatever. There is a lot of that in the military. I won't say that that's not there, or a more conservative leaning military. But I remember when I was in, my political opinions weren't formed then. I was all over the place, and I was more conservative when I was in the military, but not that conservative. You know what the military taught me? To be apolitical. That's what I got away from the military. But the military is still filled with, especially enlisted people. It's filled with a lot of people that join because they have no other opportunity in their life, or they're trying to escape a bad opportunity in their life.
That's a January futures settled at
$56.66
Not all of them. A barrel, up 51 cents or 0.91%.
In my experience,
That's Myron speaking on Fox Business. Says inflation is heading in the right direction. NYMEX diesel January futures settle at around $2.12 a gallon. Gasoline Jan futures settle at around $1.70 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas January futures settle at around $3.98.
So I met a majority of people I met in the military were either trying to escape something, they're impoverished, they had no family, they came from really bad places. Then the other people that I met in the military frequently, and enlisted at least, might have been very uneducated and had no prospects, even if they didn't come from a poor area. They could be highly uneducated and had no other opportunities into adulthood, even if they had a great childhood.
As Myron says, measured inflation follows rental inflation with a lag.
I also met a lot of people that faced a lot of racism, a lot of things that you're not a white middle class man in their life. The other people I met in the military and enlisted were then I met a lot of believers. I met a lot of believers in the Army too. That we call them tip of the spear usually, and that's what they are, right? They said that has a bunch of different meanings to that, but and then I met a lot of people that felt a sense of duty to either family members or the country, one or the other, like selfless service or prodigal daughter, prodigal son. Feel like they have to follow in familial footsteps. So it's not all that. My point is that the military is not made up of just, a bunch of like killjoy people. Now there may be a little bit more of that because of the gun tubers today. And the other issue for I even if I don't agree with it, I can understand why they're doing this, because we don't need them, or a lot of people have more opportunity than they ever have outside of the military being their only opportunity. And we just went through a war too, a pretty bad war.
Trump says UK NHS, or the National Health Service, will pay fair share. We expect other European nations to do so. If not, we will impose tariffs.
So you have some people with kids that know the dangers of serving in the military. Even if you don't die, there's still other dangers. There's dangers to your mental health, your physical health down the road. Benefits that don't kick in. When I was in the military, they were still burning shit with chemicals and all kinds of stupid shit right in front of you, like open air burning pits and stuff. That was all real shit. And there are a lot of veterans that are dealing with that today. What else? It's not even shit. It's like trash. It was like shit, trash, everything. It was anything you throw in a fucking pile and burn. So there's other opportunities today that rather than going into the military is my point. Most states offer some path to community college, taken care of if you're impoverished. So there are
US
ways.
House Member
There
Mulana,
are other
writing a
options
letter to
today.
Hexeth on Europe's Airbus, says France is hiding Airbus's activities in China.
But I do wish that I would say this, that we need people to serve our country in the military that are apolitical. We need more of those people rather than complain and say, well, it's filled with these people over here now. That's not a legitimate answer to me. You still have to vote. You still have to serve your country. You have to serve your community. You should serve your fellow man and woman. You should serve your neighbor. Take ownership and responsibility of where you live.
Says, given lags, monetary
Volunteer,
policy should be forward-looking.
donate money, time. All those things they build character in people when they're young. Civil service. I don't care if it's I don't care if you're like it could be something that's non-military. Just there's this aspect to like selfless service in life. That is an important quality for society to have. Taking ownership. I wish we did more of that. I wish we had like people have disagreed with me in the past. We just hit it right there. People have disagreed with me in this. I've hit a hot button for a lot of people in this, but I think there should be mandatory service to our country in some way for 2 years minimum. And it does not have to be the military. It could be something like Teach America. It could be something where you're restoring federal parks or cleaning up trash, spending time with elderly people, anything. And the reason for that is so that you have ownership. You're a stake owner. You have skin in the game in your country, and you become more. Of course, our politicians would never do that, but they don't want you doing that. They want you to not vote, believe it or not. That's true. They don't want you voting. They don't want you caring about everything. But that tends to happen when you selflessly serve in some capacity. Any of you that were ever Boy Scout understand this. Any of you probably in a sorority or fraternity probably have some of that background. Anyone that's been in any kind of an organization. My youngest daughter I guess the Honor Society can alter the oath that they take, and hers was altered, and it was very focused on helping out her peers and her schoolmates. And I think those things, maybe if you go to church, you know what I'm talking about, right? I think Mormons do that, right? They go on a mission every year, or when they become adults, they go on a mission. Those are very formative things to do in your life, whether you do it in the military or through church or something. I think they're life-changing for people. Absolutely life-changing. Squeezing higher now. Right over there. Target is 6850. This is intraday resistance into the close.
Fed's Myron adds the labor market has been easing for a couple of years.
We're really basing right now on 6835 right now.
Myron says that, and that's why it's important to ease policy to help the labor market.
If you're young watching this show, if you're like 18, 19, 20, if you can find a way to do that, work in a national park or something, if you ever get the opportunity to do that as a young person, try to do it. even if it's not military, try to like make a full-time commitment for a couple years doing something that does not benefit you in life. It'll change you as a person forever in a very good way. If you can ever find a way to do that in life, it's well worth the time. You'll make lifelong friends. You'll learn about doing with less. You'll learn about giving of yourself. It means a lot as a person.
Fedsmar says the labor market is on a trajectory that we should arrest.
Remember that you've got these gray bars right here for the grind. I'll have an expectation for you before the end of today's close. I knew I drew that whole thing out for you on the SPX gamma chart, but I'll give you like that's more than a few days. Just trying to give you like an overview, rough outline of what to expect. But I'll give you a 1 day chart, a 1 hour chart for the weekend here. Well, for me, Booker, it was too. It was from my experience in the Army. I liked blowing shit up. I liked telling people what to do. I happened to have I was educated. I chose not to be an officer. My wife, same thing. My wife is in the Army. She chose to not be an officer. We liked leading troops and stuff, and we knew we weren't going to make a career out of it. So we wanted our time in the Army to be cool, like fun. I didn't want to go to S2 or S11, 12. Like a lot of officers, they'll lose a command in 6 months. If you're good at what you do as an officer, they take you away. You're like, you got 1, maybe 6 months in active leadership. And so we didn't want to have that happen to us. And I didn't either. My dad was enlisted. My father was 101st Airborne, Vietnam War, 2 tours, and he has a Purple Heart, and he has a Bronze Star with Oak Leaf Cluster for Valor. And my dad, and that's why I joined. I joined because my wife joined for college because she. I'll tell you the story. My wife squandered her father paying for her university, and he refused to pay for it. He was a veteran. He was a veteran in the Navy. And so she joined the Army to pay her college. I joined because I didn't feel like I'd be a man. I didn't know that until I was 17 years old. And it clicked. I was like, I'll never be, my father tells me I'll never be as good as him, and I got to go do this. Seriously. But when I joined the Army, I was educated. I was intelligent.
Brent
so
crude futures settle at $60.47 per barrel,
cut the eyes of my commanders my non-coms and my commissioned officers, and I had a really good Army experience. And I always volunteered. I was always willing to do whatever it took. I was always, always going forward. Never pull back, never hold, no nothing. Whatever experience I need to get, let's do it. No questions asked. You lead the way I'm going. You can leave, and I'll be still doing what you told me to do. And that's what I did. That was what I did in the Army, and I soaked it all up. I fucking loved my time in the Army, dude. I loved it. And I was a good soldier. And I was good to my people, and I was good to the people that I interacted with. So I'll keep those lessons for the rest of my life. It taught me everything. I had pushed myself in life, but never quite like when I was in the Army. Army taught me what a human can do. And you'd be very surprised when you find out what you can do. The military taught me that. I have a great sense of
interviewing Fox Business.
Love for my country. And I'm a Democrat, just so you know. I'm a Dem. I'm a bleeding heart liberal. And I served my country. I had no problem doing it. And I had no problem with that in my brain, in my heart, at all. I'd know oh, I have to be this or that. I had no worries about that. like even when we fail as a country, when we fail as a country trying to be who we said we were going to be, there's still people out there, believe it or not, that still want that for our country, to be that thing that we'll never. It's like a living document saying that we want to be this thing, and even when we fail at it, doesn't mean we can't continue to work towards it and work towards it and work towards it. There'll be highs and lows in that process too. I'll never forget that out there. You can't lose faith. Don't ever lose faith. Be an optimist. Got to. Ain't nobody got time in life for that stuff. I'm going to leave this place better than you found it. Can we get up here and do this thing or what? Can we get the squeeze up here? Oh, just hit it. We know you need to stay lower for the close. We get it. We get it. We know you have to come back down for the close. We know you can't unwind until we get after the close. If you're long here into the close, you may want to stay long or get in long for like 4 to 4:15. We might go swinging high. Like after the bell, we can start ramping a little bit. It's 2:45 at 3 p.m. I'm going to give you a... There we go. There we go. Get up there. How you like them apples, huh? Stay long. We could continue to unwind after the bell and also unwind over the weekend at 3 p.m., regardless of this speech. We're going to give an outlook for Monday as well. Remember, we've got the weekend. Then we come back for 2 more session and a half. We could see some some sideways on the half session on the 23rd, 24th. Yeah, I can't listen to him speak either. He's got no place up on that podium for me. I want to see some degrees, some medical degrees.
Fed's Myron says, what happens to me after January is anyone's guess. Trump may decide he wants me at Fed if the seat is open.
You watch this closely here. See this tick right here? We need to get up there so that we can swing low to go higher.
Myron adds, it's unclear what the job would be when governor term ends in January.
Hold on here, guys. Just a note right here. There's a cup and handle, right? So for us to go up right now, we do want to see no failure here. We want to see up so we can swing up just like that, okay? Just watch that right there, okay? You want to see that one right there and that one right up here. See it now? And we also remember that this one here can be all the way up here, all the way down here. If we get the weekend going, it can be just like that too. We'll come back and talk about this in just a moment. As soon as we hit 3 p.m., we'll start looking at it. Riding the same line all day long, just grinding, grinding, grinding. So watch that yellow bar in particular. This could qualify for it, but that's not quite 80% of that candle, though, is it? It's close. It's really fucking close, but not quite. Let's see just one more tick up here.
Feds Myron says, I see foreign demand powering stablecoins. It's not clear where he's speaking at the
I'm
moment.
going to take
It's
this away now. You don't
creative.
need to see that anymore. I just want to watch this closely here. There's a poop island here and here. I just want to see if we can get this last one. And then fade it. There's your distribution. You see the distribution already? Let me just draw that in for you.
So Myron's back on Fox Business.
Right, this, and then down. You can see it. 1, 2, 3, and then distribution. This is here. This right here is the on a smaller time frame. This is the FOMO. This is a microcosm of what we've been going through since September. You just want to see that one more hit up there on a 1 minute chart. We've been going through the past few months. These are more easily manipulated and fail more frequently because it's such small money. But let's see if we can just tick that tick right here. So all we need is just that one tick. One tick. And this just implies we're going to come back. We might have satisfied it, but I don't think that we have. We have a lot of Trump stopped speaking. We now have corporations, I think, speaking. I'm not sure. Oh, this might be the Medicaid person. Watch this closely here. As soon as we get into 3, look for a drop between 3 and 3:30. And then we'll swing high into the bell. Do a quick flush between 3 and 3:30 more than likely. Or we pin sideways. Okay, this is the last chance here. The last chance for a pump. Watch this green candle. So this has to hold up now. If this green candle begins to fail and you see like a failure of a new high right here. You see any like failure red candles like this? Get out of your longs. Still alive though. Trade's still alive. We are rolling though. You can see the sell side pressure above. And just smash them. Buy it all back. There you go. Get on up there. Just that one touch right there. We'll cut just a little bit more. You just need like a green bar, like 2 seconds. Just the tick. tick right there, and then you can roll blood.
BLS from the US says US international trade in goods and services for October 2025 will be released on January 8th for next year.
No, not this year. I used to do a lot of drinking with you guys. I don't do that anymore. No, I got too much shit going on with my wife and kids today. I have to be like dad this whole week, this weekend. I don't get a weekend off this weekend. I don't get time to myself this weekend. I'm crazy busy. I've been going like 18-hour days right now, so I'll have like a glass of wine. I've had a glass of wine. I don't think I've had any bourbon. I've had a little bit of wine. We had some left. I had a couple cases of wine for Thanksgiving, and I've been nursing that here and there. But I got responsibilities after this. It doesn't suck, but it's I'm still working. Dude, all I do is work. I shouldn't, but I work a lot. This is your green bar right here. This is your basis right here. If we blast underneath this at any point, it's going to roll. Watch closely. I would have a bourbon with you. I can't today. I'll try to on Christmas. I'm getting older, and I'm like, I don't know what it is. I don't know why I'm working so much. Assuming that I've picked up more and more responsibilities as I get older, and I find that I have to be stick with those commitments as best that I can. Watch out! They're trying to roll this right now. Looks like they might be wrapping this up. Watch out for a trap. We have a series of lower highs here. Kind of like do or die right now. This does concern me here, by the way. If there's no new high right here, we may not have unlocked new highs. I'll look at it here in a minute with you at 3. I want to see that tick because we could flush this thing in a big way here. So be extremely careful here. The roll, it looks like the roll is coming. Trump speaking again. You'll know if we're going to roll right here. We touch this one right here. What they'll do is they'll plunge it. It'll come back up, though. It'll go down here, and then it'll go right back up again. So they'll give you an exit here. Now it's a matter of rejecting right here. And we're going to plunge here in a minute if you want to get short side here. Just need to reject this. You can see it right here, the 1 minute. First target's right down here. Just waiting for the rejection here. It'll look like this right here. Here's your exit. And even if this recovers, you want to get out. You want to get out here no matter what. You're being given an orderly exit. If it does recover, you can get back in, but I would say get out. If it does recover and goes up, you can then jump back on the train up there, but otherwise don't get out. They're going to roll it. Here's your orderly exit. That sucks. They're going to flush this whole thing, right? Is that what they're saying? We're going to flush this? Surprised. On OpEx. I thought we'd at least pin sideways here. All right, it's 3:01. We're going to check this really quick. We're going to go to the trigger screen. I'm going to mute my camera. My webcam frame, and I'm going to mute the chat here for a minute. You can have a little idea of what's going on. We missed that tick right there. This tick right here. We missed that tick right there. I would have liked to have seen the tick and then the plunge over here.
So Trump says he won't take questions from reporters.
Okay, let's look at a higher frame. We're going to go back to the weekly over here. Weekly expectations. Woof. Look at that on a weekly basis. Not only that, but do you see this right here? I want you to see this right here. This is important. You want to... Oh, yeah, we got that. We got that candle's gone. Let's check this candle really quick. Look at how close we are. Right there. An important level to a tick is 65.04. to a tick. You need to remember this number right here, 6504. 68504, very important tick. We need to take this candle out. If at any
That
point you see this
concludes
candle get
Trump's
taken
remarks.
out, oh boy, we're on. We are on. It's a very important candle. Another important candle is down here, 672.70. If you're looking for the sweep lower down here, get your notepads out. Get ready to snip this because it's going to be important, okay? Nice, clean information. Looks like Trump is done. This one's important. Why is that important? Here's your sweep lower right here, 674. Weekly right here. You don't want to do none of this daily stuff down here, in my view. I don't think you want to see that. I agree. We shouldn't be coming back here for this. Don't want to see it. Not even going to put the daily in on that. This is outstanding to see right here. This is great. This is currently the damage we just did at 68.35. I already see our next target. Smash that, come down here, smash that, come back down, right? Just like that. Here is your first break above 1, 2, 3. We're back in risk on in a major way. Buy all pullbacks at this point, in my view. It's a beautiful fucking chart right here. It's absolutely fucking stunning. Buy all pullbacks. Now, on an hourly basis, we can go down here. See this gap we left behind? So I'm going to leave you with this today into... I'm going to leave you with some expectations into tomorrow or into the early week next week, okay? And the first big thing that I want to show you is this 680 right here. And you know how I like the zeros and the fives and all that kind of stuff? I want to see this into the close today. I really do. I want to see this one right here. A250. About there. This is close. I want to see that one right there. And then I want to see this one right here, which is going to be like right here. Monday, Tuesday, Monday. I want to see that right here. Monday. Well, it won't be exactly that. It'll be this. Yeah, fuck it. Right in there. Now, saying that, I want you to look for I want you to remember this stuff over here, this like buy in the dip over here. But because of where we are, melt ups, I think it's okay to buy this right now even. There's no requirement we pull down into this. I don't know what happened there. There's the halfback trade right here. Oh my God. Bam, bam, bam. Christmas. Merry Christmas. Wake up on Monday, slam that fucker down. All-time highs into Christmas. Merry Christmas, all-time highs. This is the 24th. Come back Monday, Tuesday, 9 a.m. And then right to 90. Maybe even 92. I'm not sure, but we're in there. Something like that. Cup and handle after Christmas. See your cup and handle. Same shit. Nothing's changed. Hope you're all making money. Go back to the main screen here. See what we got going on. Same chart, same. I didn't really change anything here. I just want to give a perspective here. I want you to look at this stuff here and just remember that these will keep rising. Here are your dip buys over here. There's no requirement that we do any of this in here. We can flush this today. The warning to you. I would prefer the flush today, to be honest with you. I would prefer like flush this down here, and then we just hit that one on Monday, personally. But I'd love to flush this today. Just a note that we can flush this. Here's your places to buy the dip. There's also a gap we're leaving behind down here. I don't know if we can. We might be sucked into OpEx. I would love to. But we might be getting sucked into this. This is what I think is going to happen. I don't think you get your flush today. Maybe. It's hard. Watch this close. On an unwind like this, I doubt it. Maybe. I hope it flushes. I don't think that it does. I think we pin like that 6835 and the 68 or 680 on SPY. I hope we flush, but I don't know if we can get it or not. Let me go back to the trigger screen, unmute the chat. Oh, that's wrong. Sorry about that. I'll go over the schedule here. That's showing up the chat. It's that chat. Where's that chat box at? Okay, it's there. So let's talk about some things here. Sunday, tentatively 6 p.m. You'll get released to the Discord an outlook for 2026 with paths. At 6 p.m. on Sunday, we're going to do a live stream that's private for the Discord and members. On Monday, I have to be at the hospital at 5 a.m. Is it 5 a.m.? Is that what I was told today? No one's here. Today I was told 5 a.m. on Monday I have to be at the hospital. I was told it's going to be an all-day operation. Could be till like 8 p.m. at night. The stream will be up. I will draw the line for you with like a 15-minute chart so you can see it and what to expect on Monday. I will be back here for Tuesday. If I'm just hanging around, I'm assuming I'm just gonna be hanging around at the hospital to make sure nothing goes wrong. In case something goes wrong. It isn't a very invasive procedure. It's not like a snip or anything. It's big. So I'll be at the hospital on Monday. I'll check in on the Discord if I'm not in the middle of something with my daughter. The stream will be up all day long. And then you can check in with the Discord as well. You'll see people in the Discord with their trusted members helping people along. And then on Tuesday, I'll be back for that stream. And then for the short stream on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, I'll do I'll give the kids presents and stuff. And underneath the Christmas tree. And then I'll come back for Thursday, Friday with you. I'll be here. I might take a little bit of time off for myself, but I'll be here through post-Christmas and New Year's. I have no plans. I have so much shit I have to do for other people that I can be here for you too. So I've got no vacation plans or anything like that. My next time I leave, I think, is late January to do a meetup. So I'm working. I'm still working. If we do the super ramp on Monday, if we do a super ramp Monday or Tuesday, I'll talk about it with you in the Discord if I'm at the hospital. I don't know if I'll bring my laptop or something. I'll try to work while I'm there. I'm assuming there's gonna be a lot of standing around for me. Not a lot to do. So you guys are my friends, so I'll be talking to you. And what else? I think that's it for right now that you need to know about. If you can't make it on Sunday and you're a community member, don't worry about it. You don't have to be there. That video will be available to you to consume. And everybody gets access to this. If you're like the lowest supporter level, you get access to all this. You don't have to be like a pro trader or anything like that. What else? I think that's everything for right now. It's 3:18 right now. Now we could get pinned into this. We could get sucked down into the close. If we do, buy a dip. Now there is a pretty big drop here, but I think we're in the vortex at the moment. That's what I think is going on. One other thing about Monday is today is the 19th. So I want to warn you of something. Today is DivX Day. And it felt wonky this year. I want you to be aware that there will be some dumping on Monday due to that. You'll see people collect their DivX, and there are people right now that'll buy this just to collect the DivX, and then they'll dump it on Monday Open. So just be aware, like right on Monday Open, there could be a dump incoming. So just be aware of that, okay? Like auto sell the bell, that kind of dumping. Like no matter where we are, could be violent, straight down. And then what they'll do is they'll clear out Friday buyers today, possibly Thursday, and then we'll go right back up again. It could be violent, so just be aware of that, okay? Very possible. What else? What else do I have for you guys? I think I've covered everything. Is there anything that I'm missing here? Maybe. I want to say happy holidays to Super Gals, Vi Princess, Extra Guac. Hold on here. I can't do this anymore. I'm getting old. I'm like staring across my office right now to like something that's like this big. Let's see if I can start this over again. I start this over again? What's going on here? Why is this not showing? How do I see the... oh, because I'm not logged in. That's why. Hold on here, guys. Can I go to a control room over here? Sweet. Super Gal, I love you too. Happy holidays to you. V Princess, Extra Guac, Justin King, Mumblewick, Tauman, Shaq Baker, James Valdez. I want to say happy holidays to all of you, okay? I want you to be safe, be happy. I want you to take care of yourself, okay? And I really appreciate you all. On Twitch, everyone's here. Mr. Talking Monkey, my man. What's up, my brother? Happy holidays, my man. Raise my name. Front row Alpine. What's up, my brother? Good to see you, my man. Jay Shady. Fermi's pair of socks. Barry Horn. Colin PCO. Dude, this is the whole cruise here. Heel Tone, what's up, my brother? Fast Eddie, what up? Happy holidays. Canuck Mobile, Nightmare. Jimmy Berry, if you're out there. Condor LVO. I apologize, I'm able to call you, brother. I've been crazy fucking busy. The Kid 82293. John L, if you're out there. Happy holidays. The Kid. OG Polly Walnuts. What's up, my brother? Happy fucking holidays, my man. Good to see you, bro. EV Climbs. Blake West. Cowboy Up. What's up? X Happy Monkey. What's going on, man? Why you unlucky? My wife's boyfriend, if you're out there. Happy holidays. Dive Lad. Happy holidays. SD Market. Happy holidays. Chef Boyardee. Red Beast 85. What up, brother? SDS Markets, the Opland Group, Hero, Omnisci. Happy holidays. Tippy 2000, David AMS, Binky, Winky, Bork, Joe Donut, Riding the Gnar. Happy fucking holidays to you too. Tippy 2000, Trailer Trash Jacks, James C75, Caveman, Green Vegas, the director, Blake West, Tappin, Toucan, Happy holidays. Shindoki, Demi 9OD, or Demigod. Green Vegas, N-Man. What's going on? Oh, you guys are getting me with the pictures, huh? Og, what's going on, brother? E-Man, what's up, man? Happy holidays. Fermi, happy holidays. Lord Kamuslong, happy holidays. Das Besito, happy holidays. Patience, happy holidays. Kashu, C Bates 830, happy holidays. Dr. CS, happy holidays. Sledge 2024, happy holidays. Booker, huh? Booker's actually tip of the fucking spear. He really is. Tip of the spear, lead the way. Happy holidays to you, my man, your family, and your friends. Canuck Mobile. Mofo. Appion. Portland J, what's up, brother? Good to see you, my man. Happy holidays. The director, happy holidays. 45 forever, if you're out there, happy holidays, my man. Uncle JBJ, Jedi Marcus, Scott Vol Wiz, if you're out there, happy holidays. Simon Says, if you're out there, happy holidays. Blake West, Chaz, if you're out there, happy holidays. There's a few others out here. I don't know if I've got everybody here, but I don't know if they're here or not, but take a look here. Gamma Labs tweets. If you're out there, happy holidays. If you're out there, if you're Marilyn Bernstein, if you're out there, happy holidays. Bonks, if you're out there, happy holidays. Wolf fucking Richter, happy holidays. I see you in my feed right now, you gangster. Double Wide Cap, if you're out there, happy fucking holidays, my brother. Adam Corleone, happy holidays. Goldman, happy holidays. Farm DKS, happy holidays. Short Seller ST. I saw that you changed your name. Happy fucking holidays. Aaron Rentview, happy holidays. Verstech, happy holidays. Scott, happy holidays. Baba Yaga Options. Good to see you, my brother. Happy fucking holidays. Stonkstronomus, Jim, Scott. Who else I got? Vol Signals. You're out there, happy holidays. Jungle Rock. I know who you are. Vols. I got him. Yeah, Bill Sandhow, London. If you're out there, happy holidays. Dan Evans. Markets and Mayhem, happy holidays. Jim Scalpert, happy holidays. What else do I got out there I got to say hello to? What else do I got to say that's out there right now? Oh, 80. Supergal, Supergirl. 80, if you're out there, happy fucking holidays. Yeah, Philip, too. Philip, where the fuck are you? Are you partying down in Georgia right now or in the Panhandle? Happy holidays. John Saprito. Chris Sadal, happy holidays. I said happy holidays, dog. Banana Republic Rug Pull, happy Biotech Day. Figuring Out Money, Mike Silva, if you're out there, happy holidays. Bob Kendall, if you're out there, happy holidays. Happy holidays to the fucking goat, if you're out there. Mr. Yen and family. I hope all the best for you and your family this time of year. Julia Cordova, happy holidays, if you're out there. Who else do you have to say happy holidays to? Ben Godfrey, happy holidays. Matt Coella, if you're out there, happy holidays. I didn't see you. Who else I gotta say happy holidays? I gotta think about everybody's names off the top of my head. There's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. M. Lebon, happy fucking holidays, my brother. Happy holidays. Who else do I gotta say happy? Oh, Assface. If you're out there, my man, good to see you, dude. I saw you on fucking Twitter finally. I hope everything is well, my brother. Happy fucking holidays. Assface, I'll be back in Boston soon, man. I didn't catch your DM or your tweet until I got back from Boston, but I will hook up with you, my brother. We'll go out and hang out. Heisenberg, if you're out there, happy holidays. Tom Lee, if you're out there, happy holidays. Larry Williams, I love you too. Have Stephen Hunter from Florida, if you're out there, happy fucking holidays, my man. Keep that shit real forever. Fish and Market Hype, happy holidays. Pole dancing soccer mom, happy holidays. Marilyn Bernstein, if you're out there, happy fucking holidays. Keep that shit real forever. Citrini, if you're out there, keep that shit real, man. I fucking love you. Who else? DCP Cox, my man, dude. If you're out there, I hope you and your family have the most kick-ass holiday this in Chicago this winter, my man. I miss you, brother. I'm gonna call you soon. Who else we gotta say? AG Trader, happy holidays. Man, Brian Watts is out and about. The GOAT, happy holidays. Lord Stoppington, if you're out there, happy fucking holidays, my man. Tara the Bull, happy holidays. Even Evanish, happy holidays, man. I just saw your post. God damn, everybody's out there. Bay Area Sam, happy holidays. Everybody's out and about today, swinging dicks on Twitter. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Chi-Town, if you're out there, you're probably not watching, but you're fucking a rocker, dude. Killing it all the time. If you're out there, happy fucking holidays. I'll just say it. Human, if you're out there, happy holidays. You gotta name names. All the badasses of FinTwit. Conks, if you're out there, happy fucking holidays. Keep cranking it, brother. Steve to Bacon, CMT, happy fucking holidays. Godzilla Trader, happy holidays. Macro King Leroy Tactical, if you're out there, I love you, man. Keep that shit real. Who am I missing right now? Trying to think of everybody I'm missing now. Some people are gonna be like, fuck, you missed my name. Red Pill Finance, dude, or if you're out there, brother, happy fucking holidays, man. Love you too. More than you know. Mando Trading, happy fucking holidays. Bob Sacamano, happy holidays. Richard Cheese, dude, happy fucking holidays, man. My God. What's he doing in my feed? TikTok's being in people's feeds? Happy holidays, TikTok. I haven't spoken to you in years. We used to talk. You just blew up and got crazy. You're big. Who else? Horse Lover Fat, if you're out there anywhere, I miss you. What else we got here? Man, Horse Lover Fat, if you're out there, my brother, hope you're doing well. .686E Bulletin Prism. I wish I could sit in your office for a day. You badass motherfucker. Nick the Carney Lentz, happy fucking holidays, my brother. Chris, happy holidays to you too. God damn. I'm scrolling this list and it's all the fucking gangsters. I think I got everybody. Hello, hi, how are you? Bank Sinatra, happy fucking holidays, my brother. Bank Sinatra, good to see you, my man. Happy holidays. What up, Chaz Bloom? Happy holidays, my man. Yeah, Horse, I don't know where he is. I know the last time I did speak to him when he went off Twitter, and I'm not ever going to repeat what he had to say, but I just hope he's doing very well. He wanted privacy. I get it. I get it 100%. I get it 100%. Everybody's waiting to see if we're going to flush or not. The flush is here to 78. I don't think that we do. Maybe. I hope we do, but if we get past this here, if we get past this 4 p.m., we're going to ramp right after the bell. Zen Gamma, happy fucking holidays, my man. I got a whole bunch of people that I haven't said happy holidays to. Let me see what I missed so far. Sam, dude, Samoosh, happy fucking holidays, duder. Stockatize me, Captain, happy holidays. Pesky B, happy holidays. I said Uncle JBD, Dr. Paperhands, happy holidays. Legal Draft, happy holidays. Space Cowboy, happy holidays. JT, happy holidays. Sir Blockhead, happy holidays. Asgard, happy holidays. Bird Dave, happy holidays, my man. I learned a lot from Horse Lover Fat. Horse Lover Fat spent about a year when nobody knew who he was teaching me how to be a better trader. When no one knew who he was. He spent a lot of time with me. He's a good fucking trader. That guy's a badass. So Horse Lover Fat, if you're ever out there, anybody knows him privately or personally, just tell him that Jim James said hello, and I hope all is well for him and his family. All of his family. The emphasis there. Hope he's playing golf right now. Hope he's not in Michigan with the snow. That's where he was, in Michigan, but he's gone right now. Hey, chat, what's going on, Chaz? 321-750-101. Happy holidays. Good to see you. What up, Oplin Group? Happy holidays. David AMS is in here just looking for the dive here. David AMS is down here going, oh, God, just please just bury this fucker right here. Send it down. Small bear plane forming right now. Still looking for the doom. Hey, XXLTD Dangle. Happy fucking holidays. I got you, brother. Lieutenant Dan, I got you. I got you, Lieutenant Dan. Happy fucking holidays, my man. I got you, brother. Dude, Jared King Rumba, what's going on? Chaz Bloom, what up, brother? Love you too, Lieutenant Dan. Should I say a Lieutenant Dangle? What up, Hero Call? Jimmy Berry, if you're out there, Merry fucking Christmas. Merry Chrysler, Happy Hyundai. Take this home to your families. Merry Chrysler, Happy Hyundai. Fiesta for the Ford of us. I guess we could do Tesla, right? Tesla for the Ford of us or something? I don't know. Everybody's just looking for the dip, right? They're gonna make you chase. That's what they're gonna make you do. They're gonna make you chase. They're gonna make you fucking chase. They're gonna make you chase this whole melt up. You ain't getting the drop. You ain't getting it. They ain't dropping this shit for you. I promise. They're gonna melt this fucker straight up. You ain't getting that big drop. It's gonna be so close, but yet so far away. They want it so bad right now. 3:30 right now. They're just begging for the drop right now. Make them chase. Chase Winter. Happy fucking holidays. Wolf Richter's out and about right now. He's bouncing around. He's on fucking heaven right now. Wolf Richter's out there running around FinTwit right now, dropping hammers. He's such a fucking gangster. Make them chase this. Please don't dump this right now. Just make them fucking chase it. Melt this fucker up. Start the melt up. Fuck them. Just up, sideways, up, sideways, up. You'll all be waiting for a dip. It'll be done. Merry Chrysler all. Say it like a when you say that shit, say it like it's almost like the gremlins going rah 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 rah, like the gremlins doing the Christmas carols. Go Merry Chrysler. Or what do my kids do? They go Merry Chrysler or something like that. It's kind of funny if you change your voice when you say it. David AMS is going to tell David AMS is going to show the knowledge here. You want to pay close attention to what David's showing you right now. He's showing you that what Charlie McGilligot said earlier today. He said that we're in a condition where we do not need to go up for merit. And we have earnings season coming that are being increased. So what is David sharing with you right now? That we are riding on inflation and cuts into inflation. That's right. That's what he's... Merry Toyotathon. Merry Toyotathon. I like that one. That one's good. Athean, that one's good. I like it. I like it. Dude, David, that shot is. Dude, David's been showing me that chart for so. Like we were talking about inflation. We've had that fucking inflation goddamn chart going for a while now, haven't you? You haven't shown it to too many people. Hey, Top GT, happy fucking holidays, man. Hold on here. Hold on. I gotta say some better holidays here. I owe a bunch of
Just a heads
holidays
up,
to a bunch of
Hassett,
different people.
speaking on Fox Business.
Hold on here. I don't even know how to get there from here. I get yelled at. I always get yelled at for saying happy holidays to some people. Hold on here. Where are we going here?
Hassett says CPI data is a little less reliable due to shutdown.
No, I'll go back. I'll go back. No. What am I doing wrong here? What am I doing wrong here? Was that out? There we go. We're back again. JJ, happy fucking holidays, brother.
Basically,
oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Target.
There's a little bit of weakness here. Here it goes, David. There's a little bit of weakness here. It's the vortex. Watch as the vortex sucks all the options in.
There's plenty of room to cut.
Oh, look at this. 6825 right now on SPX. Just sucking the straw right now. Overtapped potential. Happy fucking holidays. Some more. Happy holidays. 425 Fish Slayer. Happy fucking holidays, my brother. Same to you, 425. Happy fucking holidays, man. Green Vegas. Happy holidays. Oh, a little bit of blood. Pull your pants up, Spoos. Pull them up. You can do it. Pull your pants up, bro. You can do it. Don't do it, dude. Don't fall for it. Pull your pants up. Get it back up there. Hold on. You're almost there. The quarterly OPEX almost. Don't. You can do it. Stay up there. Hold on tight. You can do it. Oh, God. Hanging on by a string. He's a fat bastard, too, isn't he? It's a pretty big pig. Stay up there, pig. You can do it. A little bit more. Hang on. You're almost there. The quarter's almost over, dude. You got it. You totally got it, dude. Or you got it. It's like the rings with the cigarette in the bottle and shit. Cigarette spoons with a cigarette hanging out of its mouth.
Hassett says everything Trump says about inflation is correct.
Little Lep, where have you been?
Naughty.
Hey, that's right. I ought to naughty you. Keeping me from my rounds. I'm late as it is.
Happy holidays, Despacito.
Now stay put. Don't go anywhere till I get back. Understand me?
Nice.
Voice news disconnected.
And Santa put gifts under Christmas trees. Decorate the house with lights at night. Snow's on the ground, snow white so bright. In the fireplace is the Yule log. Beneath the mistletoe as we drink eggnog. The rhymes that you hear are the rhymes of carols. Like each and every year we bust Christmas carols. Christmas carols.
Yo, come on, let's check. You ain't did the man from last night? Santa, Macy. Yo, man, let's go eat, man. I'm starved. Come on, man.
Oh, wait a minute. What just happened?
Christmas Day has arrived. Everyone's opening their gifts, hoping that they got everything they put on their Christmas list. But Grandma looks a little upset about what Grandpa got. Now I know what Grandma's gonna get, and she's gonna get it a lot, because Grandpa got Viagra for Christmas. He's gonna fill Grandma with Christmas cheer. Grandpa got Viagra for Christmas. Grandma's eyes are filling up with tears. Grandpa's happy, but Grandma's running away in fear. Oh, Grandpa got Viagra for Christmas. He's gonna come at least once this year. Grandpa read the directions. It said take one pill at a time, but he wanted a huge erection, so he decided to take 8 or 9. Grandma was worried about his heart, but Grandpa didn't care, of course. Afterward I heard her remark, I forgot he was hung like a horse. Oh, Grandpa got Viagra for Christmas. He's gonna fill Grandma with Christmas cheer. Grandpa got Viagra for Christmas. Grandma's eyes are filling up with tears. Grandpa's happy, but Grandma's running away in fear. Oh, Grandpa got Viagra for Christmas. He's gonna come at least once this year. It's been a while since they had relations. Grandpa didn't know what to do, but once he got past his reservations, he split poor Grandma in two. Oh, Grandpa got Viagra for Christmas. He's gonna fill Grandma with Christmas cheer. Grandpa got Viagra for Christmas. Grandma's eyes are filling up with tears. Grandpa's happy, but Grandma's running away in fear. Oh, Grandpa got Viagra for Christmas. He's gonna come at least once this year. Just like Christmas, he's gonna come at least once this year.
Not bad, huh? I wonder who got caught in that mess down there. Told you, Spoo's got to hang on, baby. 680. Hang on for that 680, baby. Just drill it right in there, Gramps. We got 2 or 3 minutes left. You guys want one more of those? Maybe not. Too dirty? We had so much trouble. Let's see how bad this one is. We'll see how bad this one is. So terrible right there. Just trap him and gap him.
Snowflakes falling on my window pane. You're sweeter than any candy cane. You slid down my chimney that silent night, and boy, you made everything feel dynamite. Stockings hanging by the
pretty good, right? We're almost there. Just a few more minutes left here until getting it ready for the holidays.
Come down my chimney about 5:45. Boots still dripping snow in that big old grin. Red suit unzipped just enough to tease.
Doggone it.
I said, Santa, honey,
Andrew,
get down on your
happy
knees.
fucking holidays. John and Sean,
He
you know
laughed,
who you
ho,
are out
ho,
there. Happy
ho,
holidays.
voice like sherry and smoke.
Eric,
Drop that velvet
happy
sack
holidays.
and damn near made me
Emily,
choke.
Nastasia, Josie,
I've been naughty all
Arthur,
year,
Louise,
wrote
all
a
those
plane on
people.
the wall. Tonight I'm
holidays.
collecting my present and I'm taking it all. Boot stand has got a fat sack and I'm emptying it. Every
Mr.
last
Head,
drop,
happy
baby, I'm
holidays.
taking every bit. Gonna milk it, gonna drain it, gonna swallow it dry. Leave that jolly old man with a tear in his eye. Santa's got a fat sack and I'm emptying it tonight. I pushed him back on the bearskin rug, grabbed that sack like it owed me money, love. Pulled out toys I ain't never seen before. By the time I'm done, he'll be begging me for more. Reindeer scratching at the window pane. I just hollered, boys, you're gonna have to wait. Mrs. Claus can keep the cookies and milk. I'm drinking straight from the source.
Merry
Hot
Christmas, Berlin.
bacon silk. Oh, Santa's got a fat sack and I'm emptying it. Every last drop, baby, I'm taking
Sneaky
every bit.
CDN, happy holidays. Red Beast,
Gonna milk it, gonna drain it, gonna swallow it dry.
Gabba,
Leave that jolly
happy
old man
holidays.
with a tear in his eye. Santa's got a fat sack and I'm emptying it
cruising down the 5.
When he finally staggers back up the flue, he'll be lighter by 2 pounds and a dream or two. I'll be lying here
Christmas,
sticky,
James. I appreciate
smiling
you, my
at the
brother.
ceiling. Best damn Christmas I ever had. No kidding. Yeah, Santa's got a fat sack and I emptied it. Sucked it bone dry, boys, ain't a drop left in it.
Of course, Joseph.
He's flying crooked over rooftops tonight, still seeing stars from this ho-ho-ho delight. Santa had a fat sack and I emptied the hell
Happy
out of
holidays
it.
to you all. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah.
Merry Christmas to me, y'all.
Happy Kwanzaa. Happy Festivus.
Now
For the
somebody
rest of us,
pass the
if you don't
eggs
celebrate
around.
anything, I hope you get some
I
time
worked up a
off.